Okay? Do you have dice or you don't?
I don't have those.
How's that?
On the screen. 2 o'clock.
Yeah. Do you want the score?
Yep, that's fine.
That's okay?
Yep.
Using a clock.
Good. Yep.
Well, hello there, everybody. We are streaming from the New York Metro Open. I am streaming from remote. I'm not there this afternoon, but I will be there tonight playing doubles. This is Phil Simborg, and I'm very proud to be bringing you an incredible starting match in the Super Jackpot. We are going to have world champion Nesvat Dogan playing. Nesvat is a Kurd from Turkey, and he lives in Denmark and has a gourmet restaurant there. I'm told one of the fantastic, amazing gourmet restaurants. I've seen videos of it. I'm yet to go. I can't wait to do it. His opponent is Petko. Petko Kostanev from Bulgaria, but lives in the United States, in Columbia, South Carolina. And Petko was almost a world champion. I think he made the finals twice. And he played very well. And recently he won the Miami Open. He beat David Wells in a very exciting finals he took a real gamble. He knew it was a gamble on a cube to end the match, and got lucky and won it. But I'm not going to say he's a lucky player. He is just great. His records show it. So we're going to see two really great players playing. This is the Super Jackpot, which is the elite portion of the tournament, not the main event, but a side event. They have 32 players with a $1,200 entry fee and a side pool. And you're also going to see tonight an amazing group of players playing in what we call the high roller doubles, a $5,000 entry fee, high roller doubles. So they've got 32 in the Super Jackpot. I think they might have 48 before we're done. And the high roller, I don't know what we're talking about. I think it's 16 or more. In the main tournament, they're still taking entries. Right now, they're up to over 160. The New York Open, this is the 19th time Lynn Ehrlich has run this tournament. And it is the largest tournament in the United States, but it's also, if you look at the quality of the players, one of the toughest tournaments in the United States. I think it's kind of fun and interesting that Morton Holmes is running a book on this tournament, and you can actually make bets and see how the bets are going on Morton Books' web page. I'm looking it up right now to make sure I give you the right web page. Excuse me. Sure, www.clubgourmet.dk. If you're at the tournament, you can make a bet on your favorite player with me or Ethan Price-Chu. And if you're not at the tournament, you can give Morton a call. On my Facebook page, I posted his number, but I'll give it to you one time here. 40 plus 45 212 14 13 2. So they'll be outside betting, and it's really fun. They've given odds. Of course, Mochi is the favorite. Dirk Schiemann is right there with them. Germany's got quite a contingency here. You got Dirk Schiemann, Leverman is back, Tobias Hellweg, who recently came in second in a huge event against Mochi in Dubai. Who else? Let's see. Mario Kuhl, Michael Frederick. I mean, you've got quite a lineup from Germany. Obviously, the most players are from the United States, and I would bet the United States is going to be favored to have a winner, but then I would take Germany as second. Japan usually has a larger contingency. This year, we've only got Mochi and Michi. So there's a bunch of great players from Japan that didn't make it. So I don't think they're that high on the list. We've got some great players from England, Oliver Squire, for example. We got the young Oliver Squire and the young Ryan Robello, both in their early 20s. Two great players, and we got some old standbys like Kit Woolsey and a lot of old, John O'Hagan, and people who've been around for quite a while. Okay, I'm not sure who's going to play which checkers. You're looking at a fabulous P40 board. P40 is a sponsor of this tournament. They make an incredible board. I have to, full disclosure, I have a piece of the company, www.p40bg.com, and it's an amazing, very unique board. It's not a quiet board. It's got hard, either plastic or aluminum sides and metal checkers. So when you click the checkers against the sides or each other, where you roll the dice, you're going to hear some noise. If you like a real quiet board, get a leather board. But this is the kind of board that, for those who like the clicking sound, and I certainly am one of them, I helped design the board. I think it's a fabulous board. This one, they don't have a baffle box on this one, but P40 makes a baffle box, which I helped design, that folds into 3 pieces and lays inside the board. And I happen to love baffle boxes. A lot of people don't. They like to shake the dice and roll. That's fine. And it seems like most of the people who don't like baffle boxes don't know how to roll properly. It seems like that they go together. I am going to try to watch myself so I can pick up any comments or questions you might have. On the YouTube channel, so maybe I can watch the chat if you have any points. There is a 1.5-minute delay, so I won't see your comments as they happen. But if I see something like Phil, speak louder, or Phil, tell more jokes, or Phil, we want to know more about you, we don't care about the match, things like that, I'm happy to do my best to answer and make you happy. It's a 13-point match, single elimination. Playing with the clock. The clock will have 26 minutes on the clock with a 12-second delay. They should label who's Petco, which side is Petco. And
Need score sheet? Score sheet? Oh, good. Yeah, but what I like to... Okay.
I personally don't know who's going to be on top and who's going to be on the bottom. This is a responsible moves tournament. You don't have to correct your opponent if you make a mistake. I think they're not playing dice on checkers. I have to check the tournament rules. I'm playing in the doubles tonight at 9 o'clock. I'm going to barely get there because I'm lecturing at a club here in New York from 5:30 to 8. So I'm going to have to rush over there to play doubles. I'm playing with a good friend of mine, Rebecca Lightburn from Great Exuma Island in the Bahamas. I go to Great Exuma Island from time to time to lecture and play and be with my friends, the Lightburn family, one of the top families in backgammon. Rebecca's parents, Ray and Philippa. I see them in Jamaica every year. I see them in Monte Carlo. I saw them in Miami and elsewhere. They're just great. One of the great families of backgammon. And Ray started a club on this little island. It's an hour flight from Nassau. I never heard of Great Exuma Island before. He started a club there. And they get 40, 50 people once a week on this little island. It shows you what you can do. All it needs is one person pushing and promoting. He brings a bunch of boards there. He probably has 30, 40 backgammon boards of his own. So Petco will be on top. These are two of the nicest people in backgammon. And that's saying a lot because there's a lot of nice people in backgammon. But I've never seen either of them riled or upset or angry. They're the most easygoing, fun guys to be with. Nesvat's a big-time money player as well. Petco, you don't see too much playing anything but in major tournaments around the world. There we go. Now, the way the clock works is if somebody runs out of time, they lose the match. So they're going to be watching the clock carefully. And I will try to give you some insights on what's going on. And again, I'll try to watch your comments and questions. Hi, Gigi. Thank you for hitting smash the like button. Thank you. Thanks for watching. Sorry you're not here. It's a long way from California, I know. You could have ridden one of your horses across country.
No dice on checkers.
Okay. I guess he was thinking about a double. It would be pretty early there. Making the 5 points usually right, even if it leaves that shot. And hitting the shot's always right, but he missed it. 5-1, I think I get out of there, because you don't want to be attacked inside. Petco looking for a 3. That's a damn good roll. You want to make your 4 point and then think. You could hit. This is interesting. I would make the 4 point, but the hit could easily be right here. Well, good. If he's, at least he's got the same problem I've got. Do you hit or make the 4 point? Two totally different game plans, two totally different approaches to the game, and they might even be even. That's what I love about backgammon. Okay, this is my play. How bad can this be? It's a very powerful 4 prime. In the early game, it's usually right to hit, but gosh, that looks pretty to make the prime. Okay. I can fix the bar. It's because it's on a crooked table. The bar itself is fine. That's why the checker is falling off. Comes in and hits back. Again, Petco hesitating just a little bit as if he's thinking about doubling. Would be very aggressive, but I've seen Petco obviously can play at a very low PR, and by that I mean playing the way the computer likes you to play. But he's one of the more creative people with the cube. You'll see him give some wild cubes and take some wild cubes when he knows. He'll tell you when he's doing it. He knows it's not right according to XG, but he feels, based on the way the game is going, the way his opponent is, and the way he's playing, that it's the right thing to do. He's a very, very creative player, very, very insightful. And every now and then he'll come up with a play that, right or wrong, maybe nobody else except Petco would even see it. I have tremendous respect for his talent. The 6 is not going to be easy. When in doubt, hit. When in doubt, take him out. Keeps him busy. Takes away half his roll. All of your 6s just leave lots of shots anyway. I think this is a clear hitting situation, and then it might be a double take. I think what he's thinking about is, how do I take the cube? Because Petco certainly is going to think about giving it. I would take this cube because I think the odds of anchoring are very, very good. And when you anchor, you don't get gammoned that much and you win lots of games, and it's fun. We're here to have fun, aren't we? And there's nothing more fun than backgammon at a major tournament like the New York Open. I like this cube, and I think I would take. Nesvat took. By the way, Nesvat loves variations. He played Pascal gammon. He plays lots of back games. Oh, there's a crusher. That is a crushing roll. He wishes he didn't take now. Now the question is, do you make the 4 point or the 2 point? It might well be right to make the 2 point. In fact, I think it is when you're blitzing to not leave a blot, to cover the blot, and have more builders. Normally, you'd rather have the 4 point than the 2 point, but not when you're blitzing. I'm pretty sure the 2 point is right here. But I'm also sure it's right to stop and think about it. That's what he's doing. Okay, that's not my play. But I'm not betting against Petco. He would have loved that 3. He got it. There's that anchor I was talking about. Now that 2 point's a liability. It continues to be a liability. I would have covered it. Now the hit is clear. Come up. Come up to shoot at the checker on the 9. And then I would, because there's 2 on the bar, I'd like to move that checker to the 14 point so it's 6 away from the 8 point, which is the next point you want to make. I'm not sure why you do that, but there must be a reason that I'm missing. I guess he didn't want to dupe 6s. 4, 6. I would certainly, no, yeah, the hit's clear. If you don't hit, you're going to make your 9 point, but I don't think the 9 point's that valuable. I think the hit's got to be right. A lot of people are afraid to time your opponent's back game, but he doesn't have much of a back game yet. He would have if he'd have rolled a 3 or a 2-1. XG likes to hit. A lot of human players are afraid to hit to time their opponent, and sometimes that's right. Somebody mentioned the bar. The reason that this is the wider bar, this is the newer P40. The reason the checkers are sliding off the bar is because it's crooked on the table. All they need to do is push it down properly and make it flat, and they won't have a problem. That bar's plenty wide enough to hold the checkers. If I were there, I would take care of it. So yes, there's no dice on the checkers. It goes over. I like dice in the checkers. Why roll over when you know it's flat, you know what the heck the dice is? Why waste your time? I also don't like stopping the clock when you have a cocked dice. Why should a guy get more time just because he rolls bad? But they are doing it for each other, which is a nice gesture. That was a friendly thing to do. This is kind of awkward. This is an awkward roll. There's no good 5. There's no good 1. Every move is ugly. Wow. He plays it big. If you don't get hit, put the checkers where they want to be. That's what Paul McGrill goes a step further. He says, you listen to the checkers. They tell you where they want to be. And he actually heard them. That's not my 5. That's my 5. It's a lot fewer shots. Doesn't let him come off the back. More return shots if you get hit. That's a big play, though, if you get missed. That's the advantage of that. You're going to make a much better prime if he doesn't roll a 5. Because he could hit you with a 2 or a 1. This has a bigger upside. You're always weighing risk and reward. The reward is huge on that one, but the risk is much greater. He's going to do it. Okay. Needs a 5. Stop that prime. So the gamble paid off. Making that point will be a huge, huge asset for Petco. And there's nothing that Nesvet can do to stop it. Somebody asked if I've played Nesvet before. Many times, and we play variations a lot. We love to play Backgammon. We love to play Bouzouki. Nesvet is a very creative, fun guy. I played both of these guys, and they're both much better than me. That's why they're there and I'm here. I have never gone to dinner with Nesvet and paid. The guy is so generous. And one of my favorite meals was in Istanbul when he took a bunch of us to his favorite restaurant in Istanbul. He knows Turkish food, of course, because he's from there. But do not call him Turkish. He's a Kurd. Nesvet is very close friends with Mochi. They hang out together. They play a lot. He was often seen in big money games and Chouettes. He's a terrific character. There's that prime. Make a 6 prime, you never lose, right? Somebody says I'm looking sharp. Yeah, I'm wearing a sport coat. I'm moving from here to a lecture at a very big private club in New York that's only women. And there's a lot of backgammon action. I lecture there once a month. It's really great to see. There's a lot more women playing backgammon in the ABT and all over the world and in private clubs. And this is an all-women's club that's very, very active in backgammon. I've been lecturing there over a year, and I've helped grow the club and the group. Probably have 50 to 60 women there this afternoon, or late this afternoon. Then I'm going to rush over to the New York Metro and play doubles. So that's why I'm wearing a sport coat. And actually, some of these clubs I have to wear a tie. Last night we had a private tournament at 7 Spring Street. That's a private backgammon club, a new private backgammon club in New York that I have a piece of, and I'm the activities director and teaching pro. We had quite a gathering. We had a wine tasting and tournament there. And Remy had a big event last night with everybody visiting, who's anybody attended that. Frank Frigo went to that and then met me later on over at 7 Spring. Frank Frigo is here, 2-time world champion. So is Mochi, a 2-time world champion. And Jorgen Granstedt, a 3-time world champion. And you're watching Nesvet, a 1-time world champion, and Petko, a 2-time world champion finalist. I mean, this goes on and on. Leverman is back in the game, former #1 giant. Dirk Schiemann, former #2 giant, is here. And I think the #2 rated player in the world based on PR. Got the locals, Victor Ashkenazi and Chris Trencher, who often fight it out at this tournament. The great Steve Sachs is here from California. Matt Cohn-Geyer and Bill Phipps, 2 good friends that are amongst 2 of the top players. The list is pretty impressive. This is not the roll he wanted. I think you have to make the ace point. The 2 blots on Nesvet's side of the board helps. I'm not sure whether you switch and make the ace point and the deuce point. There is a switching play. I think this is the play. Because even if you get hit, you're holding with a 5 prime, which is going to be pretty strong. But a hit would have been nice for Nesvet. All right. Very simple cover. Okay. There's a lot of gammons here if he doesn't come in very quickly. I couldn't estimate how many, but I think it's in the 35 to 40% range if he doesn't come in right away with 4 checkers back. Bring the 2 into the 6 and the 5 to the 2. I don't know what you're looking at. I don't see much choice. That's the 2. And the 5 goes to the 2 point. Yeah. Sometimes people just have a brain fart. That play I thought was forced. All right, he did come in quickly. He might be able to get off this gammon now. He might even get a shot right here. There was a 4 rolled. 6-4. All right, run, baby, run. I think he's favored to get off the gammon since he came in right away. But you never know in this game. If you're new to backgammon, a gammon is if a player gets all of his checkers off before his opponent gets any of the checkers off. And it counts as double. So now the cube is on 2, so a gammon would be worth 4. 4 is a hell of a lot of points to win, even in a 13-point match. So whether he wins the gammon or not is big. Now that was a very poor roll for Petco. He's left a hole there that increases his odds of leaving a shot. He could actually lose this game very easily. That's a good roll. No shot. However, on his next roll, 6-5, 6-4, 5-4, 4-3, 5-3. He's got a lot of numbers that leave a shot. That's not one of them. He's happy to just get a checker off of there. He's tempting to run and save those pips, but he still think he can win this game. 6-1, 6-2, 5-1, 5-2, 4-1, 4-2, 3-1, 3-2, and double fours, not one of them. He probably will still get off the gammon. That's why it was right to stay. He might have gotten the shot, could have even won the game, and you're probably going to get off the gammon anyway. So staying was clearly right for Nesvet. And it's not likely that he's going to be punished for it unless he rolls double sixes and then maybe another double. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. A double here is huge. And Nesvet can still get gammon if he rolls very, very small. And he's off. Okay. 2-0. Quite an exciting ending to that game. I like the cube action very much. I thought it was right to take. Nesvet never made his second point and didn't really get into a decent game. And of course, right after Petco doubled, he immediately rolled double twos, which was, I would almost call that a joker. Thank you for posting about 7 Spring. It's a beautiful, beautiful club. The address is 7 Spring, and that's the name of the club. It has to be one of the most beautiful backgammon clubs ever. Although I've been to doubles, which is gorgeous, in New York, in the basement of the Savoy Hotel. I'm sure there were some other nice clubs. I haven't. The Coterie and all those other clubs were before my time. But this is a gorgeous club with a full bar and a menu. We'll be serving sushi regularly. Right now we're open. We're just getting started. We're open at 7 o'clock every night. We have a coffee shop in front that's public. You can come and have coffee, and we have backgammon boards out so people who get interested in the game, and we have people who will come out and teach them how to play and show them the game. I had a couple walking by last night from Virginia that loved to play backgammon and just happened to be walking by. I invited them in, showed them around, showed them a little bit about backgammon. So it's another way to help grow the game. And it's fun. And we have I'm going to have a special tournament there on Monday. Invited Mochi and Michi are going to come. And other fine players. Yeah, the 7 Spring is a private club. $2,500 a year for New York residents, $1,250 if you're out of state. And I hope this doesn't sound sexist, but $777 for women to join. I think it's okay to discriminate in favor of women because we want more women in the game and we want more women in the club. Yeah, he played it like a 61.
I was called 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago I was called.
I don't see anything here other than going to your 5 point.
That's right.
What else can you do?
Okay, sorry.
And that's what he did, okay. Okay, if he can make the 5 point or escape. I wasn't 100% sure that's right, but it looks right. Escape, the game was over if he didn't get hit. It came out. Oh, look, and he got hit this way. So make the safer play, make the priming game, and still get hit. but he would have gotten hit if he came out too. But that's hindsight. I don't play that game of what would have happened, because who knows what the dice would be. Oh, that's a beautiful roll for Nesvat. That anchor is very, very big. Interesting. He could have made the 8-point, but he'd leave a shot on and give up the midpoint. He didn't give it much thought. I would have thought about it. This play is clear. Hit and make a great point. Petco needs a 3. And dances, and this is going to be double pass. I don't think this is a take. Covers with 5s if he doesn't cover, and he did pass. Okay, as predicted, double pass. Very, very well played. I really like to look at that 6-3 that Petco played. He played it quickly when he made the point instead of running. And he did it so quickly, he's probably very confident that it was right. It certainly isn't the case that he didn't see the run. I promise you he did. And but it's just something I wasn't sure of. And again, I wouldn't be doing commentary if I was as good as these guys. I'd be playing in the super jackpot too. Great roll, double 3s. You always want doubles from the bar. It's a wonderful thing to get. Petco love that roll. Yeah. Make a high anchor or a high point on your opponent's side of the board, and you can play the game pretty much to the end without worrying about getting gammon. So that means you can probably take the cube even if you get well behind in the race. Just a nice feeling to have that as a security blanket. It's like wearing your seatbelt when you're driving the car. You just feel safer. And it is one of the most common games. You really need to learn the cube action in high holding games, because a tremendous amount of your cubes are going to happen in that situation. So I teach there's 11 types of games, but this is the one type of game that is much more common than the others, a high anchor game. So you really need to master that, and it's not hard. It's not hard to master if you know the rules, if you know the shortcuts. What is my best idea for a number of players of a chouette? Somebody asked me. I like 16 players and interlocking chouette with 3 boards going at once, and you're in all 3 games. The more the merrier is my answer. I love big chouettes. We play generally if you have 6 players or more. The partner, the box has a partner to share the pain, which I think is right. Otherwise, why should you be playing for 6 times as much when you're alone in the box? But a fun, perfect chouette would be about 5 players. You get to play enough. When it gets too big, you don't get to play enough. When it's too small, you don't get as much action and as much good conversation. So I think 4 or 5 players is a nice chouette. But if you really want action, and I run some interlocking, I had a 16-player interlocking chouette in LA at one time. Falafel was there, Steve Sachs, Joe Russell. I couldn't name all the great players in that game. Bob Wachtel. We really had a ball, and I've had a few of those. Then in Brooklyn with my Brooklyn buddies, my Sephardic Jewish friends, we've had some interlocking chouettes, and I brought Mochi with me and Akiko with me, and Michi. They all had a ball in these chouettes. Just lots of action. So as we can see, it started out with Petco holding the bar point, his opponent's bar point, and now it's the opposite. Now Nesvat has his opponent's bar point. I love this game. Make all the plans you want, and the dice is going to change things quite a bit. What's that saying? Man plans and God laughs. Well, backgammon players plan and the dice god laughs. You got this nice plan to stay back, and then you roll double fives. Or you're up in the race and he rolls double six. All right, that's a very good roll. Very, very good roll for Petco. That just made Nesvat a much bigger favorite. I mean, Petco a much bigger favorite. But I don't think it's a double. I would take this in a flash. There's just so many ways to leave a shot right now. And the race is not that great. You really need to be able to count race quickly in these kinds of situations. There's no question that Petco's winning the race. There's no question he's winning this game. But is it enough to give the cube? Well, the first thing I do is Wolsey's Law. How close are real computer dice? Real computer dice are perfect. They're honest. They're the same as live dice. I agreed with this no double. As I said, there's just too many rolls that leave shots. I think you have to hit him off the ace and get rid of him. And that's also the fewest number of shots. And solves your problem if he dances or comes in on a 2. So Petco agrees. That play, I think, is very simple. Risky, but simple. See, he came in on the 2 with the 6. Now we may see a double. Now it's going to be easier for Petco to bring this home. And Nesvat has worse timing, and he has that blot in his inner board. If Petco leaves a shot, it's not necessarily the end of the world. This, I still think it's a take, but this may be a double now. I don't think the score matters. The fact that it's 2-1 doesn't make any difference. Alex Shagian thanking us for screaming. Well, here's a guy that did an incredible job of screaming in the LA Open, and it posts a lot of great videos. So if you haven't been to Alex's YouTube channel, I highly recommend it. Incredible interviews and lots of insights. I used to be the king of doing that, and I've relaxed a lot more because I'm doing a lot of other things, and Alex has taken up the banner. Okay, he's still thinking hard and long about this cube. It would be an easy cube if you think he might pass, but I don't think he's passing. A lot of shots here. A lot of shots. There aren't that many rolls that don't leave shots. For example, well, that doesn't. And now the timing is not very good for Nesvat. That's why it might have been a double. What's Nesvat going to do now? I know what he's going to do now. He's going to roll a perfect number. Come out and cover. That's what you do. He's happy he didn't double. Nesvat needs to roll higher than a 7 to hold things together. That's perfect. Perfect. Petco is got to hold his breath. The 6 is not forced. Yeah, it is. The 6 is forced. So move the forced part and then see what to do. He's leaving the fewest number of shots. 12 numbers hit out of 36. That's the least number he could have left. And he got hit. Now, is it too good to double? Probably. I would not double if I was Nesvat because he might win gammons a lot more than he would lose this game. So he's going to roll on without doubling. See? He agrees with me. Wow. He must be very smart. Only a 2-1 hits. That's not too much. I wish they played dice on the checkers. They're cocking too many. Ooh, 1-4. That's going to probably cause it to be a double impasse. There he goes, because you just don't win enough gammons and you could lose the game here now after he comes in. So that was why he was too good to double. If things went really well, he might win a gammon. And if things don't go well, you can probably double him out when things don't go well, unless they turn into a disaster, which usually doesn't happen in that situation. So this is the big way to tell that you're looking at an expert versus an intermediate player. An intermediate player would have whipped that cube right away and not even thought about the concept of being too good to double. So I just proved that I'm not an intermediate player. Hey, good for me. I caught that too. So while I'm patting myself on the back, it really wasn't that hard a decision. The truth is. What is the first place prize? I don't know yet. You can do some math. It's $1,200 for 32 players, and I think they're paying 70-30 first and second. So you can figure it out. But there's also a side pool, and it might turn out to be a 48 draw. If it's a 48 draw, they'll have a three-way playoff for first. But I know they have 32, and after this first round, you might have some people want to buy back and get in again. I wouldn't be surprised. If I were as good as either of these guys, I would enter everything I can, as much as I can. Travel. Look at Nesvet traveling all the way from Copenhagen. You're going to play as much as you can. If you live in the New York area and you're not in this tournament, come on by. Anybody can come and watch. Some tournaments I do commentary the entire time. They've hired me to do commentary. This one I'm playing, so I'm just doing commentary because I don't happen to be playing in the Super Jackpot and I'm available this afternoon. I hope I won't have time to do any more commentary because I'll be winning the tournament, but on the rare chance that I might not win the tournament and get knocked out, you might see me again. But in the meantime, there's other people here who will volunteer and do some commentary that are really, really great at it. Tobias, for example, Steve Sachs, Chris Trencher, to name a few. They're just great commentators. I think you're going to see a cube. If he dances on the next roll, I think you're going to see a cube. He's playing safe because why get hit here? Look at that, how good a board Petco has. If he dances, why is this not a cube? This is a double and a pass, I think. Is he thinking that it's too good? Not with one checker back. I think double pass. Again, I use Woolsey's Law. I ask myself, would I take if I was the opponent? I would pass. But if I might take, but I'm not sure. And that also tells you you should double. So in either case, I think it's a double. It could be a take. I don't like it. I'm surprised he's taking this. I'm surprised he didn't double. This looked like a clear double to me. So I am obviously missing something. Because Nesvat is not shy with the cube. I guess the race was too close. Okay, now you double. And now you get a pass because you hesitated so long last time. The guy's going to pass for sure now. A 6 out just loses your market by so much. Making the 4-point loses your market. Making the bar might lose your market. Just doing nothing and having him dance would lose your market. I'm with Alex on his comment. I like ace on checkers. I said that earlier. And of course, I love a baffle box. Stops a lot of that problem. Why isn't he done? I guess he thinks he's too good. Double fours. He duplicated double fours. Wouldn't that be something if he rolled it? 1-3, he's going to hit. He's going to hit. And it's huge whether or not Nesvet rolls a 3 here. This is very, very big. And now, who's too good? I guess he was right not to double. Jesus, I would have doubled there. I would have doubled twice if I was Nesvet. And he might have gotten a drop. I don't know though. Petco's known to be a taker. Petco is probably taking, and he'd be looking at a 4 cube now. So if he can roll a 4, he's too good. A 5 is probably keeps him too good. That's 20 numbers right there, plus the combination rolls like double 1, 2, 1 to a double 2, 3, 1, 1, 3, 4, 1, 1, 4, 3, 2. It's a lot of rolls that cover. I think it's too good to double. I don't think he can lose this game that often. I don't see a market gainer. I don't see too many situations where Nesvet can take the cube on the next roll. So that's why you just roll and see if you're too good. I would roll on here if I was Petco. I would not double. He's rolling. He agrees with me. And he does cover. Got himself a nice 6 prime. His only worry is getting out. Now he's going to double. See, now he's going to double because he gets out with 6s and 3s next time. Unless Nesvet, if Nesvet dances here, it's going to be double and pass. No, don't switch. He's thinking about switching, making the ace point. I don't know why. If you're going to double him out, if you do this and he rolls an ace, he's still stuck there. If he rolls a 6, you've lost the game. So I think you have to make this play and then double him out. Unless Nesvet rolls a 1 something. I really don't like this. Now you give him a 6 where you don't have a double. With a 1, you might still have a double. I don't know. He certainly isn't going to play on, I don't think. Okay, now you double, and he passes. 6s and 3s are market losers. If he doesn't roll a 6 or 3, yeah, it's a clear double pass. But it's the double pass the other way, too. I'm not sure why that switch was made. Because you know he's not taking. I guess if he comes in, are you better? No, I still think you're better off. If he comes in, you want him coming in with the ace and not the 6. I don't understand that switch. I would have to give that some more thought. And I don't think it was still too good after he gave up the 6 point. It was too good before that. I like the double pass action. Sometimes double 6 is not the perfect roll. After you split, it's not in the early game. You're sorry you split when you roll that. I'm sitting here on the Upper West Side in New York, watching just like you are. They'll have a big screen set up there for viewers at the tournament. It's really a very nice setup. The only mistake that Lynn made is that she didn't hire me to do commentary, and I asked her why. She says, I want you playing. She loves the fact that she's got the largest tournament in the U.S. and she wants every single person she can playing in the event. And I'd almost rather be doing commentary. I've never lost money doing commentary. Although I really enjoy playing the game too. I like both. If you're watching, you can fix that bar by pushing down on it and making sure it's flat. That's the reason that those checkers are sliding off. It's not because the bar's too small. And I do like the idea of using a baffle box. We're seeing way too many cocked dice and dice go over because these checkers are very flat and they both roll hard. They both shake well and roll well because they're both fair, very honest players. Whoa, here is a roll. Make both 5 points. How bad can it be when you make both the golden point and your own 5 point? Your opponent's 5 point is considered to be the golden point. It's worth gold. There's a very pedestrian play by Petco. You don't see that too often. You usually see him making creative gambling plays. Ooh, this is a situation where you've got some options here. No, I don't like the 3 point. I'm thinking about making the 18 point. Your opponent's bar point. But I guess you want to stay back when you got a back game. Five, 4. This could be a double. Oh, double fives? Now I would double. Yeah, I don't like that position when he has to waste those 2 checkers to the ace. I'm passing here. This is a horrible position for Petco. He does pass 3-3. I may miss a little action, but I've got to get a drink. I'll be right back. Alrighty. I'm at Blake Fleetwood's apartment, and Blake has always got a huge supply of Coca-Cola. He has it for breakfast in the morning and all day long and at dinner. And he's a really old guy. He's my age and in great shape. A couple of years ago, on one day, Blake won his yacht club sailing trophy. And in the morning, he had won the tennis doubles at his club. In the evening, he won a backgammon tournament online. He's a man for all seasons. One of my heroes and one of my best friends. I can see you thinking about doubling when your opponent has 3 checkers back and you got 1 back. Ooh, do you make the 2 point? I think you do. Make the 2 point. I don't know. It's awfully pretty the other way. I wouldn't make the 2 point. I don't like this. I don't like the way it looks. I would bring 2 down. This is my play. It's more pure. And he agreed with me. That's a great roll. Very, very big roll. Now he's not going to think about the cube for quite a while. Makes the 3 point and comes in. I don't think you want to give up the midpoint. I think you just make the 3 point come in. No. It's a nice hit. So Nesvet's just got one little problem getting that back checker out. He needs a 1 or a 2 to step up. He got it. And now Petko's going to hit him with a 3 and maybe even with a 4. But not with a 6-1. He's going to leave that straggler back there so he can get a double shot in case Nesvet comes out. Oh, did he come out? Game over. Game over. He's up way too much in this race. Doesn't matter what he plays. Double pass. That doubling cube, the P40 doubling cube, is an interesting thing. I have to admit that I copied it from the Turks, from FM. Where you slide the 64 and you put the dice inside. It's hollow. It's really a nice feature. FM Gammon also has that. I think a couple of other people have done that. It's really a nice way to keep your dice safe and quiet when you're traveling. The P40 board is not a light board. The aluminum board weighs 13 pounds and the lightweight plastic boards weigh about 9 pounds. But you can, for $100, I think you can buy a really nice carrying case that makes it very easy to carry. And talk to my friend Nick Blazier about the importance of having a P40 board. He's convinced it saved his life one day. It was in the trunk of his car in an Uber. They got rear-ended. It almost destroyed the back of the car, but the P40 was in the trunk, and the frame of the P40 kept the metal from going into the back seat where Nick was sitting. He's convinced it saved his life. I think that's a great story and a great testimonial for the strength of the P40 board. P40 was founded by my good friend Tom Buckner, who is retired. And Tom, if you're listening, we miss you. We love you. You did a tremendous amount for Backgammon when you were involved. He was a major contributor to the U.S. Backgammon Federation, sponsored a lot of very special events and players. He had me and Mochi playing a 40 money games with Falafel doing the commentary, where I started holding the cube just to see how much of an advantage it is to hold the cube. And it's a big advantage. I only lost to Mochi by a little bit one match, and by a lot the other one. Not enough advantage for me against Mochi, but they needed to find a stronger guy than me to play. Mochi played at 1.7 PR in our match. I played at 4.1. So even though I played well, it wasn't enough to play a guy who plays at 1.7. And we all both got it. Jeffrey Parker boards because P40 hadn't been formed then. And we both had signature P40 boards. It was really a fun event. That's the kind of stuff Tom Buckner did for the game. Now we've got people like Ralph Bird and Jason Briggs, who are great benefactors and doing a lot of things to promote the game. And my hat's off to these people who are creative and support, both with their financial help and with their personal and emotional support. They're just good guys. Ralph, there he goes. That's pushed down in that metal thing in the center. That's exactly what needed to be done. Finally, just make it straight. So you can put checkers on the bar. You don't always get hit here. You get hit probably about 80% of the time, but you don't always get hit. Look at that. 1, 2, 3. The Lone Ranger. I initially missed that. I was counting the 5s and 3s. This is a big roll here. This is allowed him to counter. This may be a double. Look how quickly he did that. I wasn't sure it was a double, and he whipped it out, and it's a big double pass. Yeah, looking at it, if he hits him, he's dead. If he doesn't hit him, he's still stuck behind a really nice prime. Boy, was that a quick double. I was still thinking about it when he flew that cube out there. Looks like they're taking a break. Good, we need a break. No, they're going to play.
Mike. No, I'm playing now. I'm playing Petco.
That was a
Super Petco.
very quick break. I think
Yeah,
you're allowed
yeah,
2
yeah.
5-minute breaks
I'm up 5
in a
minutes.
match, in a 13-point match, and maybe
Thank you,
one in a
Mike.
9-point match.
Thank you, Mike.
It's all totally up to the tournament director,
Thank you.
although there are some guidelines from the USBGF.
Tonight I go to...
One of the big changes in backgammon
I love it.
is that we now have consistent rules around the world. The tournament directors are free to make some changes, whether legal moves and dice on checkers and things like that. But generally speaking, we've got the
Yes,
same rules being played all over the world. Thanks a lot to the World Backgammon Federation, to the USBGF, who was a forerunner in putting these rules together and doing a good job. You got to give credit to Rich Munitz, who deservedly just got elected to the U.S. Backgammon Hall of Fame for his effort and work for the USBGF, for his work on the rules. He's really fabulous. I used to think I was pretty good with the wording of the rules and the interpretation, and I got to take my hat off to Munitz. He's really terrific, and I'm really happy for him getting in the USBGF, because not only that, he's an incredible player. He was Player of the Year last year at the ABT, and he's just a very strong player, but more importantly, he's just a great character, great person for the game. He brings a good vibe and just a pleasant, nice person wherever he goes. And it always helps out.
Okay, let's take in...
Okay, this is easy take, I think. I wasn't sure of the double. I don't think it's a bad double. The score might have something to do with it. Look at that. They're chatting away. They're good friends. They're both nice guys. Easy, two of the easiest going guys you'll ever see. I've never seen either of them get upset. In fact, I've seen them in situations where I would have gotten really upset, and they just take it with a grain of salt. They have a great attitude. Like, we can all learn from these two guys about good sportsmanship and, of course, how to play. Well, you start by making the bar, and then you think about what else you're going to do. Make both bars. I think that's probably the play. Make both bars. That's my play, and I'm sticking to it. Even if he rolls a 6, I love this position. And I don't like clearing that block because it's a stack. Okay, that was my play. Every now and then I'll make the same play that a master would make. So he's already doubled, and he's very happy he did. This is a very strong position, even after this lousy roll where you're going to slot your 4-point and split. There you go. Even if he rolls a 1, you got a nice game. Let's play dice on checkers, huh? Let's change the rule. Two covers, and the 4 is tricky. I'm pretty sure you come down with the 4. I certainly don't go to the ace. Oh no, I hate that play. I hate that play. Nesvet's got lots of time to play, and you're going to have to do something anyway. That's the first play I really hated by either of these players that I've seen, which means that I'm probably way off. the board was not that strong on Nesbitt's side that I would be that afraid to leave a shot. Hated go putting that checker to the ace. Why stack? It's the same number of shots. Why not bring the other checker in and have more flexibility and less of a stack? But I don't think it's a big thing either way. There's an argument for clearing the 8-point. Almost never leave a shot. I think I might have done that. I'm up enough in the race where I just clear the 8-point, put them all on the 7. Now you do leave a shot with double sixes, but it's 1 out of 36. That's 2.778% of the time, and then you have to get hit for it to be bad. So he ain't afraid of no ghosts. Henry, where's your favorite place to play online? Well, obviously, I love Galaxy and I like Heroes. Those are the two most popular places for experienced players. Backgammon is still around and good. I'm a Galaxy fan. I think Mark Golston's done a wonderful job with the whole organization, with what he's done with the World Championships and everything else. Of course, I'm prejudiced. I'm part of the team. I do the commentary every year. But I really like his site, and it's fun to play on. And every time I have a match that perplexes me, I can download it onto XG and go into a more deeper analysis of it as well. That's a big roll. That pretty much assures the win and might even create a gammon or two. I just take them both off the 4-point here. He might be saying, look, I got no gammons, just let him come in behind me. I'm enough in the race to where I'm not that afraid even if he rolls double sixes. I like this play. His play had to be right. Petko's a very brilliant guy. Of course, I don't know a very top backgammon player that isn't what I would call brilliant. I'm not just saying smart. I think they're brilliant. The really top players. Aside from backgammon, many of them, or most of them, have shown great skill in business, sports betting, finance. And both of these folks have been very successful in their businesses. Petko's got an import business, and I think he had another job, some kind of computer job. His wife owns an import company, and I think he works with her now. Who is the maker of the board? They're playing on a P40 board, www.p40bg.com. And it's made in Butler, Pennsylvania, in America. It's a very unique board. As far as the colors go, if you go to their website, you can create your own colors. Decide any colors you want. This is the board that was used last year. There's a new board coming that should arrive today or tomorrow. That'll be used for that'll be a board contest at this tournament. And of course, they're also shipping me my board. I get a new P40 board about every month or two as part of my partnership in the company. So I'm glad you asked. P40 is sponsors just a few tournaments, and you got to take your hats off to these sponsors and give them credit. It helps make the tournaments more profitable. And of course, donating a board for the board tournament is really a fun thing too. Somebody's going to win a P40 board, and there's money in addition to it. I think you forget I'm not sure what the exact entry fee is, but the winner gets a board, and I think second place gets $500. And you could always play me for a P40 board. These boards sell for about $1,000, in case you're interested. And I play people double or nothing for these boards, or if you want to try and get a $300 or $400 discount, you can play me for it. I've lost a lot of boards and a lot of money over the years. And I made a few bucks too along the way. All right, we have a very close match here, and at these scores, you don't change your game a bit. You play it just like money, or what we call normal match score. Justin Knoll has a comment. Justin, what a great commentator. I wish you were doing this commentator, and you could join me right now. I'd love to get you on the link. He's one of the great commentators, also my partner doing commentary at Monte Carlo and elsewhere. Justin doesn't like doing commentary with a baffle box, and I know the problem. If you have one baffle box, you tend to forget which guy rolled. Now we know that since they're both rolling on the right side, we know that right now, for example, I know for a fact that Petco just rolled. Oh, wait a minute, that was Desrat that just rolled. I did that on purpose. And I think you should use two baffle boxes too, because I sell twice as many that way. I'm the maker of the P40 baffle box and the Backgammon Learning Center baffle box, which is another beautiful baffle box. This is strictly a race, nothing else, and it's strictly over. Boring, quick game. Yeah, I like two baffle boxes, but the only time I've ever seen it was in Malcolm Davis's Chouettes in Texas. We always used to use two baffle boxes when I went down and played with Malcolm. Justin, I'm sorry you're not in New York. I know you're in London and you live there now, but we miss you here in New York. I'm just losing money to you in the Chouettes. And of course, your commentary is great. Does the UBC, the Nordic, Monte Carlo. I think he's been heard in the bathroom doing commentary. Ooh, do you hit or do you anchor? With that many checkers back, I think I anchor. I don't care about hitting that much. I would like to make the anchor. I'd like to make my opponent's 5 point. But the hit could be right. Playing a wild, wide open game if you hit. And that's Petco. Petco's not afraid to play a wild, wide open game. That could be right. I'm not sure. He's going to be sorry now, though. He didn't have that anchor. You know, you're in the anchor, nothing bad can happen. And if you roll double twos, nothing bad can happen. Come in and make it hit 2. That's what we call a joker. And I'm not sure what the exact definition is of a joker in Extreme Gammon. It's something that increases your luck over the average roll by a certain percentage, and I don't know what that number is. I'm going to have to find out how Extreme Gammon defines a joker. It defines a blunder as anything worse than 8%. And that was actually set before Extreme Gammon. That's what Snowy used to define. That Snowy, by the way, was developed by Leverman, and Leverman's here at this tournament. Great to see him. A real gentleman and a class act in every way, and of course an incredible player. One of the top players of all time. Who has a BLC baffle box? You'll get one on the board. Well, I'll have one soon. I'll be there soon with one. But if you walk around, you'll see it's a heavy plastic one that comes apart in two. I'm sure you can borrow one from somebody. Get any baffle box. Encourage them to use it. The other thing let's do is let's beg Lynn to change the rules and play dice on checkers. We've had so many cocked dice on checkers here. And unless you have a baffle box, it's going to keep happening. All right, this may be too good to double if he doesn't anchor. It probably is too good to double. Yeah, it is. Especially since he's already doubled. Pay attention, Phil. It's always too good to double if you've already doubled. I do that from time to time. I miss the cube, or I forget the cube, because I'm thinking about other things like, what am I going to do for dinner? Who am I going to play next? The day before yesterday, which day was that? Today is Thursday. So on Tuesday, Mochi and I gave a backgammon lesson to a gentleman here in New York, and it was very enlightening. Mochi's insights, and as a teacher, he's part of the Backgammon Learning Center teaching crew, by the way. We have 25 teachers, including incredible players like John O'Hagan and Dirk Sheeman and Mochi and Steve Sachs, and the list goes on and on. Marty Storer, Matt Cohn-Geyer, Joe Russell. Incredible teachers. Bob Wachtel. Anyhow, Mochi's explanations and his insights were just so fascinating. I learned quite a bit. So in these situations, you just worry about what happens if my opponent rolls double five. Because that's the only roll that can really hurt you. And you're just trying to bring the checkers home. I don't see why this is such a tough play here. I wouldn't be wasting my clock too long on this play. Because you also have to worry about how your sixes play, how your doubles sixes play, and your double fives play. So there is more to think about than meets the eye. See, he didn't give him the double five by moving to the 10 point. Then he wants to make sure he doesn't have any cracking rolls, like double one would be a cracking roll, but he can play it. I just wouldn't be taking that much time on these plays. Preserve my clock time. What could be wrong with coming into the 6 point? Huh. All right. There's 18 ways to play it. They're all right. Now you have to start thinking more. Now, when he only needs 1-5 to come in, there's more likely things can happen. That's why you button up. Only 5-1 hits. Whew, close. 5-2. Now nothing can go wrong. I love saying that, especially if I'm in a chouette. It scares the hell out of my partners when I say, oh, we can't lose from here. Or I'm going to go ahead and score it. I love doing that, teasing my opponents. Here, I think you're supposed to clear the 7 point. It's double jeopardy. I think the 7-point is right with an ace here, because you got some rolls that leave a shot now, and then if you don't, you got more rolls that leave a shot, and you only have to get by one roll by clearing the 7-point. Just don't roll a 6-3 or 6-1. Well, there's also double 6 and double 5. That might be too many shots. I'm not sure, but I do like clearing the 7 there. Just a reflex action. But you're not supposed to use your reflexes in this game. You're supposed to use something that's higher up, which I'm lacking. A little bit awkward there. There's some hope here for Nesvet. Not a lot. 6-1, 6-2. 5-1, 5-2. 2, 4, 6, 8 rolls. Leave a shot. Not double 5s. That's going to get you gammoned. This could be a very big game for Petco, winning 4 points, which is a huge swing. That was a big, big swing roll in game, assuming he gets the gammon. It certainly does look like it. You can bet on these guys by going to Morton Holmes' website. If you're at the tournament, come see me or Ethan to place a bet on any player you want in the open division. And if you're not at the tournament, you can call Morton and work something out. Maybe you can send money by Zelle or Venmo or PayPal or something. Or if he knows you, he'll work something out. And that betting site is let's see what it was again. www.clubgourmet.dk. You can see what the odds are in each player in the open division. Okay, that was a big swing game. That puts Petco in a much stronger position. Certainly far from gin. This is anybody's match still. It's 4 away, 6 away. The away score is all that matters in backgammon. How many points you need is all that matters. do have trouble seeing the dice sometimes. You need those non-glare dice. It's pretty good though. Comes in and hits. This is anybody's game. And it just got anybody better for anybody. When you've got 3 checkers on your opponent's ace point or on your 24 point, you really want to find any excuse you can to get it moving. It's really a tough position and will get you doubled a lot faster. Make the bar. That 5-1 paid off. It's a big hit there. That was important. That is ugly, but he comes out to the bar. It's not so ugly. Actually, plays okay. I didn't see it was on the 2-point. I hope you're watching in Europe. In the United States, we do allow in a lot of tournaments dice on checkers. It's a better game. My brother and I used to play, if it was on the floor and it was flat, we'd play it. Why waste time? Making sure it's a legal move. Very quick take, and I'm not so sure it was a take, but he obviously was. I guess because of the score he grabs it up, but I would have been very, very tempted to pass that cube. Both of these players are aggressive players, though I would classify them as takers and givers. Although what we've seen today is they're more takers than they are givers, I think. What is that, a 5 what? So here's the cube I might well have passed, and he's looking pretty good. Shows you what I know. Oh, I don't know about that. I just play around. Yeah, he does. Nesvat will play fast no matter what. not sure who's winning. Yeah, I would just go out to the bar. I'd leave that blot there. He's thinking about just bringing it in, not having a blot. That makes sense. I'm not sure which was right. I like going out to the bar point, though. Having some more ammunition in the outfield, although, again, if you don't want to get hit with a 7, but it's not the end of the world if you do. Next time you're going to probably have to come out anyway. I'm not sure which play is right at all. I think we're about to find out, though, because the odds are that Petco will make the right play. That's why he's sitting here. Ooh, now you can't tell me that's not a joker.
No, your fault. Yeah, who made it? Not us.
Nice try.
No, you
With a
don't.
4 cube, that's a huge roll. Big swing game. I failed to mention when we were talking about Justin Knowles watching, we talked all about his commentary. He did very well in the UBC competition as well. He's proving himself again and again as a very top player. So congratulations, Justin, on a good showing in the UBC. Your PRs were great. You played great. You used to doing the commentary. Now, how does it feel to be a player? That 3-1, he could have cleared the 6 point, but when in doubt, take them out. Taking checkers off means you win more gammons if things go well. It means that even if you get hit later, you win more. So I think that play might have been close, but I would have also taken checkers off when I can. Now maybe he wishes he made the other play, because now he's got more shot leaving numbers, but now he's got no shot leaving numbers. Okay, so when in doubt, take him out. That's my theory. When I say my theory, Matt Cohen-Geyer drove that home to me once in a chouette. So that was the single biggest mistake we were all making in our Chicago chouette. We weren't taking checkers off enough and the bear off. We're either playing too safely or too scared or not aggressive enough. Big game for Nesvet. He took a cube that and took it quickly. That was scary. This at this score now, winning 4 points is monstrous. It's a huge equity swing. And this is the famous 2-way, 4-way score. This is the most interesting, I think, score in backgammon. If Petco gets just a tiny lead, he could have a double on the second roll. Let's say he rolls a 4-2 or a 5-3 and Nesvat splits, it's double. Anytime you can smell anything that looks like there might be gammons, Petco should double, because now it wouldn't cost him a thing to lose a gammon, and a gammon wins them the game. This could almost be a double right here. He's not looking at it. I would have thought about it. That was close right here. It would have been a horrible double at this score. You got to slow down a 2-way, 4-way. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying it was worth thinking about. It might have been a double. Easy take. Nesvet's take point is 19.8, and Petco's take point is 18.6. And it matters to know those pretty exactly. It's going to matter, especially in a race. But the gammon value is what's dramatic. You turn the cube, gammon value is 1.0 for Petco and 0 for Nesvat. To me, part of the most fun of these tournaments is the social aspect. Last night I had dinner with a bunch of friends, Backgammon friends, at a really fantastic restaurant with a very unusual menu. Then I got to spend some time with Frank Frigo and a bunch of people at the Seven Spring Club. A whole bunch of others were at Remy's big event in the city. I've got dinner plans most nights with friends and students. And just hanging out with people that you love from all over the world and making friends from all over the world. If you're not involved in tournament backgammon, I'm telling you, it's one of the most rewarding and fun and exciting kinds of life you could have. It's added a lot to my life. That anchor on the 4-point is what keeps Petco from doubling Nesvat, because it reduces the gammons by quite a bit. You don't get gammon much more than about 8% from there, tops. So if you didn't have the anchor, it's a whole different game. People, when their opponents are 2 away, people are hesitant to double, but you actually should be doubling faster, because if you're right, it's a big reward. If you're wrong and they win the match, it's not that much worse than losing 1 point and they're getting to Crawford. And another reason you give the doubles faster when your opponent's 2 away is there's no recube vig. In other scores, you double them, you got to be afraid of them doubling you back. They give them the power of the cube. There is no power when you're 2 away of holding a cube. I think that's a 4-3. Nope. 5-3, okay. Not a lot you can do here. That's about it. Kind of FBL, forced by logic. This is getting a little hairy. It's time to leave shots because your opponent has 2 blots in his board. And you're going to be leaving more shots later, so I like this play a lot. Do you hit and make the ace point? That would be a really big play. Only at that score it might be right. Hit and make the ace point, leave a loose blot on the 4. I think that's a consideration, even with a good board on the other side. I guess it's not for Petco, though. It would be a little too aggressive. I'm doubling. At this score, I'm doubling. 3s hit, 6s and 2s cover. There's some other combinations like double 4s. I think this is the double at 2-way 4. I really do. And that's what I would take, but he's not happy. You won't be happy. That's the other approach. Ask yourself what would make your opponent unhappy and do it. That's Simborg's law. I like the double very much, and I like the take very much. Two great players battling it out. It wouldn't be a double at hardly any other score. Of course, at two away, you double anything just about if you're favored. But at hardly any other score, I think the 2-away, 4-away makes you really want to give that cube, and I like that cube a lot. A lot of things could go right, like this. Highly rewarded for that cube. Could win the whole match now with a good blitz here. This is big roll, big roll. Oh, what a great roll. This could be the match. Just because of that cube in play, now Petco could take the whole match home. That's why 2-away, 4-away is the most interesting and exciting score at backgammon. I mean, Petco's favored to win this match now. He's favored to win a gammon. He's favored to win the match. After being down 4-away, 2-away. Plays itself. It ain't over till it's over. He could roll a 6-2 or 3 clears. His gammon odds are very, very high here, especially if Nesvat keeps dancing. You can't blame Nesvat for taking that cube. It clearly had to be a take. His take point was 18.6. You do have to take into account the gammon value of 1.0, though. But I'm pretty sure he had a take. I would have grabbed it. Not so fast, Nesvat. Don't wait till your opponent hits the clock before you pick up those dice. It's not even polite to do that. All right, there's a chance to get off this gammon with that roll. Double 6. Nesvat, I don't like that when you grab the dice before your opponent hits the clock. Of course, that's part of Petco's fault, too. Petco could nicely say, please don't rush me. Look at that every time. And he's even rolling before he hit the clock. Come on, Nesvat, this is... Oh, he's going to get off. Wow. That double 6 really did it for him. Unless he rolls doubles. Nope. He's off with any roll. Okay, we got a tie game. 2-away, 2-away. If you've read any book on backgammon, it will tell you that you should double on the first roll if you're up even 1/10 of 1%. And even if you're behind, it might be right to double because you could have a market losing roll. And if you didn't double, your opponent's going to double you next time anyway, and you're taking. So the cube is going to get turned very fast. Once in a blue moon, I see good players not double early at this score. In fact, I actually saw a player in Monte Carlo forget to double. And thought he won the match. Offered to shake hands afterwards. The opponent said, wait a minute, you only won 1 point. So you're going to see a cube right now. There it is. And a take. Okay, this is it for the match. They both deserve to win. They both played very well, very valiantly. They're two of the nicest guys in backgammon. You'd like to see them both win, but it don't work that way. It's a zero-sum game when two people meet. Look at the clock. Pet goes down to 3 minutes and Nesvat's got 22. That's pretty typical for these two players. And you can't say that Nesvat was right to not use any time on his clock. He had to have a few plays where he could have easily and should have taken a little more time. There's no good argument for playing that fast. Oh yeah, I guess if you have to go to the bathroom, you would play that fast. Or if you're hungry, you got to get to dinner. Oh, big roll. He's going to hit 2. He does. Oh no. Okay, he is that? Interesting. Interesting. That was a wild double four play. Making the 2 point. I guess at DMP, when gammons don't matter, you don't care about making lower points. I would have hit off the 5 point. That's really an interesting double two. That's another one I'm going to have to look at.
Like this one.
So stay tuned. There are 2 streaming channels. They'll be streaming all week long. We may not have commentary for all the matches, but I'm hoping there's some great people out there like Alex and Justin who might be able to help us and do some remote commentary, just like I'm doing. And I'm taking off and going to be doing a lecture soon. I mentioned I'm going to an all-women's club in New York. I'm really excited about working with the ladies at this club. They're very enthusiastic, and several of them are getting pretty good at backgammon. They're going to challenge a lot of the men clubs here in town. I love my lecturing. I do a lot of it in New York and Palm Beach, but I'm actually going to go to Gstaad, Switzerland, and do a lecture there in February. Backgammon's taken me all over the world and to many places that I would never have visited otherwise. So thank you, Backgammon, for embracing my my skills, or whatever you want to call them, for having me. Okay, 2-1. How do you play it? Oh, really? Really, I think I would have come down and taken a little bit of a risk there. Petko's board is nothing, and I hated stacking and getting rid of the 8 point. That the 8 point had value. But Nesvat's attitude is, I'm up in the race and I should just race. And by the way, at double match point, racing is the #1 strategy. Now, obviously that's not Petko's strategy. He's way down in the race. His strategy is to get a shot and hit it. I don't like this two hands also. It's against the rules to use 2 hands like he's doing right now. As long as my opponent doesn't shuffle checkers too much out, I won't say anything if he uses 2 hands. I'm not a stickler for that, but if I'm distracted by it or bothered by it, I'll certainly say something in a nice way the first time. I'm always nice the first time. Don't ask me about the second time. Second time I call the tournament director. There's no excuse for getting mad or angry or fighting with your opponent. If you think your opponent's doing something improper, say something nicely the first time and then call the tournament director and let the tournament director take over. I'm breaking the midpoint. I'm going to give him that ace shot. I don't want to put my checkers that deep. Oh, you come out. What am I thinking about? Got a 6-1? Why isn't he playing from the 5 point to the midpoint? From the 20 to the 13? I don't understand this. 6-1. What's going on here? I don't... maybe he wants to keep 3 on the 5 point for some reason? Does he not see it? Why? This seems so natural to play from the 20 to 13. I don't understand this. Making that point is not as important as leaving that shot, I don't think. It's a moot point because he didn't hit it. Okay. What was going on there? Again, I'm giving up the midpoint here. I'm moving 1 checker from the 14 and 2 from the 13, and then making the bar. You don't need the midpoint too much here. You're going to have to break it soon anyway. What channel is streamed to? It's on the same channel. There should be a second stream. I don't think they're running it yet, but we'll post it and give you updates. Wow. Nobody but Petco makes that play. So creative, so much fun. He's invited him to gamble and give him the hit. And is Nedback going to take the bait? That was really cool. I promise you that Petco may be the only player in the world that would have made that play. Possibly Pasco. Pasco and Petco are both two of the most creative players I know. He's got a 3-shot. He can be rewarded for that very, very creative play, but he didn't get rewarded. Okay, this is a big roll. He needs a 5-4 or 5-1. 5-4. And I was wrong. He needed a 5-5. I called the wrong number. You needed a 5-5, not 5-4, you idiot. Oh, God. Oh, God. This is just... The big swing was Nesvat taking that 2-cube that I thought might have been a pass, turning it around to 4 and winning that game. That's... If Nesvat wins the match, that's going to be the swing game. There's going to be a BMAV event at the end of this tournament, but it's going to be on Monday. And on Monday night, I'm having a bunch of my friends come over to Seven Springs for a very special private tournament. So there'll be lots of action going on. And on Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm still here. And even on Thursday, I'm doing a lecture at a private club. So I'll stay in New York an extra week with my friend Lynn and my doggy, my friend doggy Lola. Here it is. This is it. A 1. This is it. This is the match. He missed it. That was the whole match right there. And he's shaking hands. It's not over, though. He really could have caught up, but a lot of people would keep playing. They're talking about whether to keep playing. Okay, very great match. And again, our world champion, Nesvat, brings home the victory. A very creative game played by Petco. A lot of very interesting situations. I want to thank you all for watching. And keep watching. And we'll put more updates on this channel. I'm sorry, I won't be able to join you more because of my schedule. And I'll be winning the doubles tonight with my partner. So that won't be streamed, I'm sure, because the high roller will be playing at the same time. The $5,000 doubles will be playing while I'm in the regular doubles. So keep watching the New York Metro. Go to the betting channel and put a bet on your favorite player. Put a bet on me. I'm going to win the tournament. And thank you for watching. I probably will be back at some point later in the week after I get knocked out to do a little bit more streaming and a little bit more commentary. As you can tell, I enjoy it. It's fun. I hope you enjoyed it too. So keep watching and start coming to more backgammon tournaments. Don't sit there back on your asses and watch. Get out there and play. Good night, everybody.
want to take this to Becca. If you see online. What can I see? USBGF YouTube channel. The YouTube channel.
All right. Hello, everyone. Jerry Tansey. Going to deliver some commentary on this excellent second round match in the New York Super Jackpot between Matt Cohn-Geyer and Oliver Squire. Matt was engaged in a blitz, but Oliver found a way to anchor up. And now he's given this 4-cube after putting Matt on the bar. And boy, Matt's in a lot of pain right now. I think he's probably going to drop this. Oliver, most of his numbers make 4-point board, and Matt's entering numbers after that are no fun. But it's a tough decision because one stray hit can get the gammons going the other way, but I have a feeling Matt's going to find the pass button on this one. But we're in for a treat here. Two of the very best players in the world right now. And stacked field in this super jackpot event. 32 entries, is my understanding, and many of the very best players in the world. We got Mochi in there. I think we got Dirk in there. We got Johannes Leverman. We got Nevzat Dogan, world champion. Frank Frigo. In addition to the two players in here, all those entered. There were some fireworks in the first round with a match between Joe Urso and Dana Nazarian that had an 8-cube involved and lasted one game. So we're just getting started in this event. Matt is still thinking about this. Trying to imagine enough good sequences. It is only a 3-point board. It's usually a 4-point board next time. Is there enough slime for him to take this? And Matt has decided there is enough slime. Oliver covers and diversifies. And 1-4, and this is one of those no fun entry numbers. At least is not forced to leave another hittable blot or immediately hittable blot, but it is forced to the board. And Oliver now has to figure out what to do with this number. And some sort of hitting does seem like it has to be in the offing. If Matt gets away, he probably just wins the game. with the cube. So this is a way to not let him do that. Question is, how many blots do you want to leave behind when you do it? This is the no-hit play. Yeah, I think Oliver has extra incentive to hit loose here because Matt has had to weaken his board. You just hate when Matt's able to just escape cleanly. It's a tough call. He's going through all the numbers. And settles upon the loose hit. And it's a fan for Matt. So 4 or 5 covers, and now I got to decide what to do with this 5. He's going to bring a second builder in. The question is, which one? For me, the gut likes this play 5 point just because it usually leads to more numbers that attack, but I'm a bit too lazy to go through some of the sequences. Okay, Matt's in. We're going to have another confrontation on the deuce point, or at least Oliver hopes we are. 4-1, not able to hit loose without busting the board. He can make this 5 prime, but he decides not to come off, and Matt can't pull a 5. This is becoming very exciting. Okay, Oliver will seize control of the outfield. Matt really wants any sort of 5 to get out. And it's not happening. He's deciding whether to lift with that. And Matt, I think, is deciding that a lot of trouble can come if he does get hit and hits back. And he's got a blot on the board, so I think he's decided that. Now, what is this? This is 3-2. Not what Oliver was dreaming of. Banana split play seems a bit drastic, so something like this is probably in the offing. The question is, what do you do? Double 5s is good anyway, so you don't necessarily mind leaving a blot on that point 10 away. This has the benefit of no dead spots. In other words, rolls a 5, 5-2, and double 5 are the only ones that sort of go away cleanly, but this gets double coverage no matter where Oliver lands, unless he actually hits, or no matter where Matt lands, unless he actually hits or rolls double fives. That's what the sides on. Five-point board now for Matt. And it's a 6-5. Wait, no, not that one. You didn't play it that way on the previous rolls. You don't get to hit from the midpoint. Question is, do you go for the loose hit? I think you probably do. Make it a one-roll proposition. 2-4. If you do get a loose hit, 2-4 from Matt would hit back, but also break in his board. So you get some discount on the return hits, but you definitely wouldn't like that. Question is, if you don't hit and Matt gets out, how likely are you to win? It's a scary race, especially when Matt owns the cube. I think having given the way me personally, I would try to snuff out the resistance, but the 5-point board makes it scarier than it used to be. It does feel like Oliver has decided not to go for the confrontation. And now finally gets a loose hit in. Another fan, and so Oliver achieves his closeout. Huge favorite to go up 4-0 here. Matt rolls boxes. Gonna probably need to do that a couple more times unanswered to have a chance to win this. See if Oliver misses here. He does miss. So now a working set. Oh my gosh, did he do it?
Oh my God.
And what Geyer? Oh my goodness. Stealing that one. Stealing finding that last bit of vig on the take. Wow. 4-0 to Matt, and Oliver's going to need to regroup here. Good start for Oliver. Early double fives blitz, and he's going to get one of these points back right away. That is a small pass for money, much bigger pass at a 4-0 score. So now we're going to go to 4-1, start this over. It's opening roll and splits. And follows it up by making the anchor in front of Oliver's made 3-point. Oliver says, "Thank you very much. I will take the 5-point." And 6-3 inconvenient roll for Matt. Just puts a checker on a slot on a good point. But Oliver promptly hits it with his own 6-3. And 3 is clear. Deciding what to do with this 6. Unstacking is attractive. And that's why he did it. But it does get hit right away. Alright, exchange of hits. We both have anchors. Settle in for a long game. Oliver has the better board. 1, 2, finds the entry number, brings a check down. What he can really do with that? And now it's 6-5. Yeah. Put a guy on the roof against a 4-point board seems pretty clear. And what is that? Is that double fives? All right. Makes the 8, then has to decide what to do with the remainder, and some form of running seems right. You're up so much in the race, and your opponent doesn't really have anything in terms of a board to scare you with. So game plan is go. And now let's see what Matt comes up with in terms of response. We have a 4-2. So it's a choice here. Obviously hitting is an option, but boy, it leaves you with a lot of odds and no structure. The making the 4-point is pretty attractive because those are pretty heavy stacks and gives you structure. It goes with that. I think if it was the last checker to escape, he might have hit, but Oliver still has a guy on the 24. And now there's a 4-2. What does Oliver do here? Hard to play this without leaving multiple blots. This leaves a double direct in exchange for the 9-point blocking point. You could just... Hitting's an option. Hitting's always an option. Another option would be just coming down from the 16. Leave blot front of the anchor and make Matt break the anchor to hit. Tough call here. And this is the one blot play, which is always attractive. Not too much can go wrong, even if you are hit. And that's what he decides on. Pretty roll for Matt. Hit the 4 with the deuce. He's probably going to step up. Could bring another builder down. Gosh, if he can 5. he can immediately, almost immediately, win the timing battle, and perhaps the whole game with it. So that's what I think he's decided.
Wow, what do you do? You gonna take that? Good game, my friend.
Double threes is pretty devastating.
Right?
From Oliver.
My first game.
And after and Oliver decides he's too good with all those tasty blots lying around. Great shot back from Matt from the roof. Oh, and now Oliver takes a pause. Going through the rules, seeing what hits on the roof. The thing is, I don't think Matt's not going to be scared of this cube. I don't think. He's got the anchor. He's not quite dead even if he does that. But let's see what does hit. Entering 4s and 6s hit. Ugh. Yeah, probably a lot. That's probably enough volatility right there without actually counting all the numbers, because 4s and 6s are your dancing numbers anyway. So, but Matt's got to take it. There's one. Matt really wants to enter right now. He won't. 2s and 6s hit another checker. Plus some 10s. 10s are part of the already killing with the 6s. 5-3 is pretty awful in terms of your goals for the position. Doesn't hit, doesn't move any of the back checkers. This sort of minimizes accidents. He's looking at you kind of pulled in two directions. You don't really want to get hit from the roof, but you really do want to pick up more checkers, and a lot of times you'll take the risk for better diversification of your own numbers. You try to think optimistically. And this is another poor shake given the goals of the position. 4-1. Where's Oliver finding these numbers? You have blots 2 and 6 away, and you think you're gonna hit something, and you just didn't do it. Now you might start thinking about moving up some of the back checkers because there's just nothing else to do. So now he's got, with this play that he's set up, he's got 2s, 5s, and 4s to hit, and a 6 would come out. Matt really needs to get in now. He didn't do it. Oliver finally does get a second checker up. And that ace is pretty efficient, moves into a good spot later. So pretty there, and all right, the mop-up job has begun. Oliver's just going to try to avoid accidents here. Just looking at, can I play the big disastrous sets without breaking something? And to a lesser extent, he'll worry about how Matt's double 4s play. But I think mainly you're worried about big cracking sets. Once again, he found a number that does not do the thing he most wants to do, which is move the rearmost checker.
How much is the backgammon? 6? 6. Wow. I'm not lucky.
All the big sets play pretty well. Double sixes does anyway. Matt's finally in with one. Still has one remainder on the roof. This gets hit with double fours and only double fours. So that's what he chooses to do. Matt is in. And that does not come home. So Oliver might try to get a pip closer. It is one more shot, or yeah, it's one more shot for a pip closer. That's usually a trade-off that you make. Now double threes is fine. He's going to bear off aggressively. And also leave no immediate shots next time. And he can do the same thing here with this 2-1. Leave no shots next time. Take some off. Boxes from Matt moves some freight around, but probably going to need to do that again to try to save the gammon. And this looks like double five, so Oliver plays the first two because he has an idea that those are forced. And this seems sensible to me. This is more aggressive. Does leave some shots next time, but he might need it. He's decided that he needs to play that aggressively. All right, so two, 5. Matt's kind of torn between preparing for a shot and bearing in efficiently. This just burns the one. He's going to come off here and burn no pips. Two big numbers leave a shot. And there it is. Let's see if Matt can come up with a 1. Does not. Gets 2 crossovers, but he's Oliver is what's Matt playing for here? Not sure. Looks like Matt's gonna need a big set to save this. This doesn't look like. He's gonna get one more chance to roll 5s or 6s. And doesn't get there, so Oliver comes storming back after getting robbed in game 1. He comes back with 5 straight points to take a 5-4 lead. And it looks like the players are going to take a break. The scoreboard's going to the center of the board.
Good.
Just going to take a look at the draw, if I can find it. We're just getting started here. So Super Jackpot, 32 entrants. And first round, Oliver Squire had defeated Eric Haber, and Matt Conguire had defeated Eddie Rodriguez. A good young player. Well, everybody's young relative to me these days, but winner of this will get the winner of Manny Olzinko and John Beltry. Other names still involved. We got William Phipps playing Frank Frigo. That's an excellent match. Mario Kuhl, very strong player from Germany, one of the very best in the world. You might not have heard his name, but I believe he was a finalist at Monte Carlo a few years back. He's playing Joe Urso. I don't have a result of the first round match between Gary Bauer and Mochi, but whoever wins that is playing Kimon Papik-Christopoulos. We got Chris Trencher against Massimo Tassan-Soule. Nevzat Dogan playing Jorgen Granstedt, the only 3-time Monte Carlo champion. And Kathleen Bukur playing world runner-up from last year, Doron Claxton from South Africa. So, boy, what a stacked field this is. Stacked. So you want to be a Super Jackpot player, you're probably going to have to play world-class players in every round.
Everybody thinks I'm a...
That's very confident. Let's see. I will say one thing that these players will want to do is manage their time. I know historically, both players, both Oliver and Matt, they're both very thoughtful players, and that's one reason why they're so good. But they will use almost all their time at the end. So right now, I am having difficulty seeing it, but it looks like Oliver's got about 13 minutes left, and Matt's got about 14. So you figure you started with a bank of 26 minutes, so they're both about halfway through their time bank. They are not halfway through scoring they need. So that'll be something for them to keep an eye on. Could lead to some excitement. All right. Players are getting set up to come back. The old opening gambit of the split out has worked out for Oliver. He gets to hit back on the opposing bar point. Matt deciding whether to anchor up on the 20 with this ace or to keep the hitting going. Ultimately goes for more hitting, and that is rewarded handsomely. Yeah, when there are 1-point boards around, we tend to want to do more hitting. Whether it's right or not, a tendency is like, I'm not going to be the first to stop hitting here. All right. Now, does Oliver want to do some hitting upon entering here? He does, or at least that's what he's got set up first. And double ones is pretty devastating. That may end this game. Or not. That's a great answer from Oliver. Make both 4 points. Can't even think about cubing after that. Poor roll from Oliver here. He would love something that hit on the 18 or moved up or something. Didn't get it. And that, nothing left to do with that but run. Head in the race. 6-5. Seems like hitting is on the menu with the 6. The question is, what about this 5? Everything is giving something up. And this is sort of the first play that, you hate giving up the anchor, but everything else is kind of worse. Get away with it for at least one roll. This is a poor entry number from Matt. He's got to play this 6 after coming in. And that's probably the only logical play, even though it runs into a double shot, but it's only one additional blot. Yeah, everybody else is leaving more blots around. Sometimes you take a little extra time because you just can't believe you rolled that. 2-4. Or, sorry, 2-6. 2-6. We're making assets. And you're leaving blots, but everything else seems worse. Remaking the anchor so you don't get killed. The other play. Oh wait, what is this? Oh, it's double 2s. I am not. My eyes need to get checked. Double 2s. He's just gonna. All right. Make a 3-point board. how do you want to do this? You can enter either way, and then safety of block. Question is, do you come in deep on a point that the opponent really doesn't want to make, the 3 point, and then lift with the 5? Or do you come in high, make it easier to escape, and then lift with the 3? There's some duplication of 5s on the opponent's part to link up on the outside and hit deep, so that could be a consideration. Tough choice for me. Matt's not happy about it. He chooses to come in deep. And this is 6-2. So now it seems like anchoring is important, and then yeah, this. Matt does find a way to hit a triple shot. Oh, and we have lost the dice vortex. Okay, we've got it back. Great shot back from Oliver. Matt finds the anchor, and Oliver really wants to get that guy out. Wants to keep the anchor, but let's see what he rolls. Not an escaping number. 4-3. Might just have to play it pure. And there's no, like, yeah, there's not really a safe way to play that. Double ones is a great shot from Matt. That 5 prime is going to be huge. I don't know what Oliver's going to roll here. 2-5 does make this, but Matt might have a cube here. Oliver's going to be falling apart. That third checker back, not on the anchor. I'd be tempted to ship it, but maybe I'm overly optimistic. Well, this is a great roll from Oliver. Hitting and coming up that 3-1. Pretty big. Now Matt is thinking. And a 3 is just a gigantic market loser. But Oliver has pretty easy scoop here. Matt does find the 3. And this is a horrible entry number. 3-2. Come in and crack. Matt wants to pick up another checker. And he does. Oliver won't have the time to play. Like, if he does get a second anchor, he won't have much time to play at all. So Matt has no qualms about sending more wood back. Oliver gets everybody in. At this point, Matt is just hoping for a nice, easy bear-in with no issues, no stray shots. And if he's really fast about it, maybe he wins a gammon every once in a while. That's all he wants. 6-1. Keeping the 5 prime. Just paying off to another 6-1, which isn't necessarily fatal anyway. Six-5, a little more troublesome now. Because now that Oliver has a 5-point board, those fly shots have some teeth. 6-4 gets a checker out, so that's keeps the structure. All right, double 5s, fast but creating more contact, more chances to leave a shot. Oliver's now. This is an interesting decision. He's saying, I'm going to come out with this 3, and let's see you roll like a 6-1, 6-5. Five, 4, all he can do is clear the 6. So all of a sudden, what looked like a pretty hopeless position now has all sorts of interesting contact. And Oliver's going to take some time, I think, with this one, because you want to really see how the numbers play. You're more willing to get off this anchor when your opponent has the blot on the board, but you're worried about like pick and pass nuts. Like this one, he's really going to regret this play if Matt rolls like a 5-1. But if he rolls 6-1, he'll really love it. If you roll. And this is awful for Matt. 5-3. I mean, the 5 has to come off the 9 point. The question is, does he play the? Yeah, I think he's got to. I think this has got to minimize shots, right? It's 3s plus 4-5 plus 4-2 plus 6-2 plus that's pretty much it. The other play, we're already starting with 20 plus. Yeah, it's got to minimize shots. Does leave 2 hittable blots, but you're much more concerned about surviving this roll. 4-1 is a miss, and that's the end of most of the danger. There's still, you got like 2-1, which would be terrible. Double 6s, double 5s is fun. That's pretty tame. So wow, that got exciting for a while. Could still be a little excitement left, you never know, but all right. We're just going to concentrate on getting crossovers. This is already, now we're odd on the top point. Oh, well, now Oliver's got to go. I don't think he's got a swindle in him, but maybe he does. I don't know. Certainly not getting gammoned. right, that should be gin now. 6-5. Got a
Hey.
nice little horse race here. So they are giving us
I'm in the middle of a match.
some good, exciting action.
I'll talk to you if you want, but I don't know if you
Someone
need
asked in the chat if I was in this tournament. I couldn't make it
I'm
to
not
New York
in
this
that.
year. I will be going to Texas.
No worries.
So that
Take me
will
out
be
of the
a
matter.
good time.
Alright. Alright, bye.
All right. Looks like both players have about 11 minutes left, if I'm reading that right. So, all right. Both get inner-board points with the opening roll. And double threes for Oliver. I'm thinking with the... It is very tempting to make that 4-point prime solid. The other option is up and down with the back checkers that way. I'm never quite sure. This play tends to be by default, but with the 5-point added, the solid 4 prime is pretty attractive. And Oliver is got the same, and then there's also this play. I'm never quite sure. This does prevent Matt from escaping with a 6-5, and gives a shot in that case. And maybe that's something to consider when you're going through that. And Matt's a roll away from escaping everybody. But the other sort of backgammon maxim is once your opponent has escaped the checker or made an advanced anchor, you tend to want to do something with the back checkers yourself. Difficult. It's down in the race slightly, right? Because a 5-3 and 6-5, that's 19 pips versus double threes and 3-1, that's 16 pips. So he's down 3 pips afterwards. Maybe you tend to make the priming play. I don't know. The roll is good no matter what. Now, Oliver is burning a lot of time on this. So, when I'm playing this, at a certain point, I think thinking isn't going to do me much good. And I just make a play. I could probably be a better player if I didn't do that, but I know my limitations. Great shot from Oliver. 1-5 from the roofs. unstacking that, and Oliver's going to pause here. He's got good structure, and he's gonna ship one. Can't imagine that Matt would pass it. I don't think there's any bluff value in it. Oliver just thinks he has regular value in that cube, and he might be right. Matt is saying you can have your regular value. I'm going to show you double fours. All of a sudden, we got some drama here. Now, Matt will have some trouble escaping the back checkers. He's going to be wanting to blitz and getting that 5 point, but he also wants to escape the back checkers. There is also some value in the bar point should Oliver come in on the ace point. The bar point would be very nice to have. 5-1. Yeah, probably got to come in on the 5 because coming in on the 1 means you got a bad 5 to play. Even though you're coming under the gun, Matt will hit with anything he can here and probably bring down. Yeah, this is where the fight is. The 5 point is where the fight is. Big roll here. Oliver comes through. Might have been facing a cube if he did fan there. Tough to say, but we don't have to think about that now. And with this 3, you always got to think about hitting 2. It might actually be the safer play. Got to go through the numbers, but oh, huge hit back. Wow, Oliver's coming up big. He's got a choice. He can anchor up where he can just come in deep and hit another checker. I think my preference is to hit another checker, but this definitely is safer. I mean, but how safe do we need to play? How big is that threat? Should Oliver be sending the 4th man back? He's got great structure himself. He's gonna think about. One thing about these players is they do think about all the plays, and that's really the key to not making the gigantic mistakes. Make the gigantic mistakes when you don't even see a play. The ups for the tamer play says I'm outboarded, and you got blots hanging around. Why don't you try to clean some of your stuff up? Matt will meekly take 2-point anchor. Got this 5 to play, and you would love to just come out to the 18 and say this is where this belongs, but the trouble is you got those 2 blots over there, and it's probably a bit much. Oliver hits. Now Matt's the one who has a bunch of checkers back with not much timing. (3-1). Little problem here. He'd kind of like to stay on the 20, but has to give something up to do it. And I think Oliver seems to be aiming for the bar point or the 4 point with that one play he set up. This play looks rather nice to me. You're only giving up a 6-4 as far as hitting that block in the outfield. The bar point still would have some value to me. I think for me, blockading is still a priority as opposed to breaking things down. And that bar point would be lovely to have. And I think he made the same conclusion. All right, 4-3. Not the roll of his dreams. Because although it can hit loose on the bar point, can't play it safely and do that. And there are returns which would not be so nice. So this seems reasonable to me. The one thing Matt has going for him in the position is he does have the better board. You know, he can just make the 18 right in his face, keep him from doing that, and just play 13-7. Will you like getting hit? No. But is it the end of the world? Not really. And if Oliver doesn't hit, the extra contact isn't so good if he can't completely escape, you know. That's the other play. Pure run. Because you got to do something with this 6-5. The 11 pips have to go somewhere. But that 18 point seems pretty valuable in that it means Oliver can't make that point, which means he can't make a solid prime and for that 22 point. Oliver pretty much needs to hit here, I think. 2-5. And my feeling is out. He's looking at that, but I think that guy needs to come out just because I'll just put it under timing issues. It allows you to keep more of your structure longer. Oliver keeps finding twos to hit checkers with, and doesn't have to hit it. It feels like he wants to, though. It's more gammons. And it's not like... There's a little more contact, yes, but it's not like you're getting a whole other point back there. Gammons are valuable. That's me. But it is more maybe unwanted contact. That's what he's got to be thinking about. And he does decide to hit it. All right. Matt's got a 3-7 holding game, whether he wants it or not. This 6-5, got a choice here. This is the completely safe play. You might have thought about risking to make the 4 point. I don't know whether it's right or not. But now, this starts to become awkward. 6-3 is the only play that really makes any sense. Everything else is leaving blocks. Great roll for Oliver, clearing that point, getting spares to play with. Maybe the 9 point's a little heavier than he'd like, but things could have been a lot worse. Matt's gonna try to keep a contact here. But although you'd like to keep somebody in the bar point, can you really stay there for as long as Oliver's gonna have checkers there? Probably not. Five, 4, bit ugly. 6 point is now stripped. That could be interesting. Yeah, working on getting that board ready. 6-1 plays safe for now. Double 4s. Matt's gonna count the race here. That's why he instantly moved everything. And I think he's going to conclude quickly that he can't move both of them because he's behind. But he probably can't hold both of those because he'll lose to... It's a really inconvenient roll, put it that way. Because he would love to maintain the point and the contact without risking the pick and pass numbers or the pointing numbers. But I think, he's decided he's going to leave one man back. Keep that contact. 6-5 is interesting here. 6-1's a pick and pass number. 3-5. 6-2 is a great number for Oliver. Pointing on head. Only fly shots from the roof now. And Matt Cohn-Geyer has just come up with a number. And now he's wondering if he's too good. I think he should just probably cash this. But this is going to be 6 points that he's swindled in this match. My word. That is not how I thought Matt would win this game. I thought he'd hit a shot. I didn't think it would be like a 2 out of 36 number. Wow. 8-5. But these guys are both very mentally strong, so Oliver's just going to keep his head down and keep going. Slotting play from Oliver after the early double 5s, and all right, so interesting question here. It's double 4s. So Oliver's a little down in the race after that double 5s. The question is, you're going to make the 5 point. The question is, do you actually make the anchor here? Or do you just like split to the 20 and play for the additional contact? Because if you make the anchor, you do make it easy for Matt to go behind you. And that might not be what you want to do. So yeah, Oliver's saying, I got a better board now playing for the contact. But there will always be some numbers that make you regret that decision. And Matt has rolled one. And Oliver is probably got to do this to fight for an advanced anchor. It's not good enough to have the anchor because Matt just slowly brings in against the ace-point anchor and cubes you out. All right. So Matt plays 2 down with this, or at least that's what he's got set up. The loose hit probably a little too many shots for what's necessary, given the board strength on the other side. And that's the conclusion he came to. And now Matt is going to pause here because he's got full freedom. And there are some numbers, you know, even at this score, we're 5 away, 8 away. He's got some numbers that will make Oliver hate his life. He's got full freedom, got to have a lead in the race. Oliver's got no anchor. I think for money, he would have sent this cube already, and he's going to find it anyway. And Oliver, he's close enough in the race, he'll take it. And he's going to say, let's go. Great roll from Matt, making the bar. Oliver gets the advanced anchor. And so now it's just a holding game. Or is it? Oliver's like, I can find some numbers too, Matt Congar. And that, based on my eyes, it looks like that has at least made it close. Oliver must think he's a little behind to keep the minimal contact left, but he's thrilled to be in this type of position, owning a 2 cube. Down in the score, Oliver is going to be looking for a spot to send 4 cube. And the question is, how many 6s do you want to save if you're Matt? If the race is close, you don't really want to save that many of them because that extra crossover could be huge. And wow, double 4s from Oliver. 1, 3, and now Oliver's gonna pause. So Oliver's got to be up in this race. And it's 81 for Matt. $62.72 for Oliver. That definitely feels like a pass at this score. If it's a solid money double and a closer take, I think Matt's not going to want any part of it. So 8-7, 5 away, 6 away. inside the board. And a 4-2, so good response from Matt. Oliver's going to anchor up. Nothing much for Matt to do except run. He's got to think about how to run. 5 seems out, and then you can link up the checkers this way, 6 away. The other play is to run all the way, but this seems attractive. Less attractive now as 2 men are going to get hit. Great response from Matt, and the question is, do you go the priming route, or do you put a checker on the roof with 6? And you know, making a point in the board and putting another checker up, a lot to be said for that. And he gets the bar point anyway. So, Oliver, let's see what he can come up with. Boxes. Can't be too bad. He's going to make the 9 point in front there. Junior will have to fare for himself on the 24 point. He hasn't hit his clock. Okay, there he hits his clock. 3-2. Builders in the outfield. 2-5. 5 covers, and the question is this deuce. Do you want to step up, or do you just make the 11? Stepping up does get you closer to your goal of escaping. It can be attacked, but it's being attacked on a point that Matt doesn't really want to make. It is a tough decision. I think that's probably me to step up here, especially if, you know, achieving full freedom is great, especially if the race is somewhat close, or if we're ahead. Double threes is one of those rolls that just makes you regret a lot of the choices you've made in life. Great shot back from Oliver. Wow. Both these guys coming up with some numbers. Double twos. Enter. Point on head. And then your last one. That's the penalty. Just double fours. Gets hit back here. Seems okay. Oliver's got to perform here. And a fan, and Matt is going to think about this cube. There are blots. Is it a take, first of all? I don't know that I want to take that with those blots hanging out. The question then becomes, is it too good? And I think that's what Matt's thinking about. I don't think he's thinking, am I good enough to double this? I think he's thinking, is this too good? He's 5 away. Me personally, I tend to cash more games to get to 4 away than I otherwise would. And he's decided to send this. Now let's see if Oliver thinks it's passed, and I think he quickly decides it is. So we're now 4 away, 6 away. Interesting score. And slotting aggressively with the 2-1. Oliver rolls a 4-3 hitting. Question is, with the 3, do you come up with the other 3 or do you come down with the 3? 2 schools of thought, and I think the bots tend to come up. I think the reason for that is there's probably going to be a bunch of hitting on that 5-point, and so you tend to not be able to use the 10-point builder so much. It becomes more of a target later. But it's close. I think these plays are very close. I don't think you're making a big mistake either way. And here is the aforementioned battle for the 5-point. And Oliver says, I will take my anchor and I'll use the 6 to slot. Thank you very much. All right. 6-5. And Oliver's just going to come down with the 5. He's outboarded. Matt will finally get an advanced anchor. All right, so we've got similar looking positions. Oliver's got a more complete prime and fewer checkers at the back. It's probably a slight preference for his position, but a lot of game left here. Big roll for Matt. That's lovely. Getting that back checker out is really quite good. And now Oliver doesn't have much he can do with this. If he wants to keep his structure, he probably just has to play 6-1. If he doesn't care about keeping his structure, he can play this. (6-2). Matt puts his blot in a position, or he's got it set up in a position where it is inconvenient for Oliver to hit it. I don't know what just happened there. But it's not inconvenient if you can cover the blot after you hit it. Matt comes in and strengthens his board, and 5-2 for Oliver, just going to make that intermediate point, so he's almost got full freedom. We're stripped on the outside, though. Can't really conveniently move any of the checkers on the outside, so he's got to do some internal shuffling. And Matt says, I'm going to take a checker on my rearmost point and move it around, and you're just going to have to deal with that. Always maintaining flexibility. Now, there's an interesting spot. Oliver is getting a bit stripped up front. This could be a time for him to go from the back check, from the back point. Your alternative is to play something like 6-1, but then what do you do next time? Matt's going to be stronger next time. Well, he would have been hitting, if he'd made my play, it would have been a hit and cover number. So, but 5-1. Now something's got to give. The only safe play is to clear the 6, but he's not going to do that, right? Yeah, he's going to fortify his board and play with 1 blot. Because he really, I mean, a human player can't really abide this play. Sometimes they're right, though. It is a very strong board over there. You are giving 1s and 9s. But me personally, I couldn't abide that. Can't bring it home, and can't. You'd love to be able to park that checker with the deuce on the 11, but then he got no 4. 5-2, can't hit, just improves his board. Let's see what Oliver rolls here. Most numbers will play safely for 1 roll at least. All right. Let's see what Matt rolls. 5-2 just plays without having to compromise any of the outer structure. Now Oliver. 5-4, pretty awful. Pretty awful. Wow. I think there's only the 1 play that leaves just 1 blot. Or okay, so this plate leaves 2 blots, 1 direct, 1 indirect. And he settles on it quickly. And Matt pauses. He says, probably not enough hits for me to play this, but boy, would he like to just hoover up 2 blots and win a gammon for the match. But yeah, probably the sensible thing. What about now? So 2s are a huge mark. I think we're gonna get it sent now. You roll a deuce, 4-3. That's 13 numbers right there that are just crushing him. Oliver gonna take it. What if you fan? What if I get out? Oliver's pausing here. Now, I think ordinarily this would not be a cube, and I think it's still not a cube, but, you know, you think about these things. Now it's a 5-point board. What happens if Matt fans here? Now, we might send it. 6 out's pretty big. Kills all Matt's gammons. This is great stuff, folks. Oh, I just here. Good Lord. Wow. Because you can get gammon for the match, but it's hard. It's hard to pass this. I don't think I can pass this. I think Matt's gonna take it. Certainly can't pass it for money, but yeah, he hates his life right now. He just does not like this decision. Has no recube vig, right? When he takes this, that's because one of the best parts of taking a cube like this is you get to shove it right back at him. when things go bad. You don't get that here. You got to win the match. But if Matt's like, I just win this too much. 5-3. All right. And Matt is in. Gonna maintain full outfield control. So he just plays the deuce inside. And kind of disastrous for Oliver here. 6-5. We're gonna get outfield control. All right, he plays the 6. Yeah, he's gonna bring 2 guys out. Only worried about double 1, double 2. Two one. Does he make some sort of? You can't make some sort of banana split. Like, can you? Can you? Don't have to worry about getting gammon. Do we need to stop him? Is it worth playing both from the 6 point just to keep him from moving? From, you know, keep him in the air? Oliver says yes. Matt comes in, trying to figure out how best to cover the outfield. What happens if Oliver rolls double 6? Double 5s, nothing happens yet. 6-5. Do we just bring another builder into the board? He's going to block boxes. Block boxes and do this. Thing is, do you need to block boxes? Because you do get a shot if he rolls boxes now. Or do we need to just threaten to point on? These are tough decisions. This is probably what he's thinking about. And this is, see the ace. Is that a double ace? No. Three. Matt's very disappointed. He's not able to hit loose, and now you start to lose your grip on the outfield if you have to play those pips coming forward. He wants something that hits loose or makes the the 7 point. Okay, it does hit loose, and he's finding an ace to play. And Matt completes the closeout. So, assuming that nothing untoward with the dice happens here, which I don't think is a great assumption to make in this particular match, but Matt looks like he's well on his way to completing the win in this very exciting second round matchup. Matt's deciding whether to clear from the rear or to... This 4-1 is awkward. Oftentimes the standard play with this is to just accept the gap on the 4 point and remain even on the top 2. This is very... this is why he hates this so much. That the 3 on the 5 point, you just kind of hate. This tends to be what the bot tells me to do, at least normally. There's risk either way. That looks pretty good for Matt. And now Oliver comes in behind everything, so gonna need to get on the horse. And double threes, that'll pretty much seal it for Matt Kohngeyer. Wow, what a match. Tremendous excitement and tremendously difficult decisions. I think. You know, this is backgammon at its very best. Thank you for watching with me. There's gonna be more backgammon all weekend. I don't know if I'm gonna be back at all. Maybe, maybe not. But we'll see. But hey, enjoy this weekend. Gonna see some fine play.
Graham, you need me to do some babysitting?
mic should be on. Are you on there? Can you hear? Okay. All right, so now I guess the question is, I don't look too stupid with the headset on. My office is a mess, but that's okay. All right, I think I'm in business now. I'll be able to
Does Kent have any idea? Yeah. We have only one cup on the table. Yeah.
Can't talk. About to go live doing commentary for the Masters jackpot at the New York Open. Yeah, I'm here at my home, but I'm about to go live.
David, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Wow, I think we're actually live. This is amazing. Hopefully somebody can hear me. We're waiting patiently for Marty Storr to show up, who got lost in the shuffle somewhere, or in his old age fell asleep in a rocking chair and no one could figure out where he was. I'm really looking forward to this match. This is going to be a lot of fun. I've got the YouTube stream, which looks like there's a little bit of lag, quite a bit of lag. I've got the YouTube stream running on my laptop right off the screen here. So I will check the comments from time to time, but it looks like the comments are, that the stream is actually lagging behind what I'm saying and what I'm looking at. You can see me, if you're on the stream, you can see me adjusting my headset and talking to someone on the phone. That was Mike Senkowitz pestering me. You may even be able to hear what I was saying. I'm not sure that was up yet or not. Probably it was. In any event, my name's Kent Goulding. I've been around backgammon for about 1 million years. I've played in every tournament. I've done all kinds of exciting things. Got eyes on Marty. Wow. And they can't hear me. Well, I guess that's good. These are, there are no finer players than this. I'm not here to try to show you what they're doing wrong or that I'm smarter than they are or anybody else. What I'm going to do is give you 50 years of experience, both playing, watching, and analyzing top-level backgammon and share what what I think they should be thinking and what I think is actually happening going on the board. This is the second round of the whatever they call the Masters jackpot at the Met Open in New York. 11-point match. They started with 64 players, quite a crowd. I don't know if the field is closed at 64, if they're taking re-entries to 128, but my guess is 64 is all we're going to get. And we're off and running, 6-3 out and down, virtually, I won't say 100%, but I don't know the last time I saw 6-3 played running on the opening roll. It was probably in the late 1970s. Well, I love this. This is old style pure play. I think Tobias is on the bottom of the screen. Yes, it shows on the YouTube. It doesn't show on the screen I'm watching. So Tobias has managed to unstack the 2 stacks of 5 checkers on his mid and 6-point, has all his checkers in play. Marty is not quite as well developed, but right now the game could really swing on a small doubles or something, or a dance. That can hit that one, which seems absolutely right to me. Just both players frantically fighting for an edge. He could come in with the ace and hit out here with a 5. I'm not 100% sure that's right, but I'm not sure it's wrong either. The other play would have been to come in with a 5, and there was no good ace. Probably come in with a 5 and slot your own 5, which actually might have worked. But here we go. Now neither player has an advanced anchor. So again, if he hangs on to that, that's a sort of advanced anchor. No 5-point, no 18-point. Now if he does this, then what? He can't really abandon the 21 points. So he's sort of left with 2 choices: slot the 7, which is the pure pretty play and unstacking play, or hit loose on the 2. I like this. This is what all the superstars, super pure players would have done back in the 1970s. Hit and go. Now Tobias wants to either hit back out in the outfield, or this is a. I don't think he should shift out to the 18. I think he's better off on the 21. He could come in with a 3 and make the 22, but that seems a little weird. He could come in with a 1 and leave the 18 point, come out to the 15 and just wait for next turn for something to happen. Or he could go, full 1975 Mayfair play and come in with a 3 and slot his 5 point. Which more fun if he, there's the boring play. It may well be sound, but it's sort of boring. Now Marty wants to either get an anchor of his own or more likely to attack on his 7 point. And I don't see a good reason to let Tobias do what he wants. So I think he could also make the 10 point. I didn't see that. I like that. That's very much my favorite play. You have to see the play to make the play. Grabbing a point 6 away from the point your opponent has in back, his anchor holds things, sort of sets him up and holds him there, so you can go about your business and he can't pop any miracle double 6s or anything. Okay, just bringing everybody forward. None of this back up and run backwards. And another anchor here. And now Tobias really wants to build his another blocking point. Any blocking, that's fine. That'll do. And Marty's stripped thin. I mean, he wants to take the checker off his 24 and run with it if he can. And he can and hits. So he was already thinking about moving that checker just from his overall strategic plan. He can move a man from his 6 to his 5 point, which he probably will whenever he rolls an ace. Almost no matter what the ace is with. He wants to get a checker off his 6 point onto his 5 point. Meanwhile, Tobias, that brings down. He's looking at any one of those blank brown points. His 5, 7, and 9 points are all fine. They're all good. And Marty's disengaging, and Tobias will maybe attack. Well, let's see what he rolls. Ha, cute. He can hit twice, which is probably what he's going to end up doing, or he can make some sort of pure play. But I think this gives he doesn't really mind if he's hit back. He's not playing a back game, but he's slugging away, and then we'll back up and recirculate. It also would very much like the like his own 9-point here. So if he can enter with a 4, he'll do that. Certain other entries, like enter with a 5, he'll hit him off the. Well, this is should probably just make the 7-point. It's got checkers there. That's one of the points he'd like to have. Now, obviously, is 5 points the key point, and this grabs it. And it doesn't matter which 4th one. That's perfectly reasonable, as would have been just shoving the spare onto the 11-point. So now, what's going to happen to break up this log jam? Both sides have got it's this trench warfare now. Who's going to have to break a point they don't want to break? If Marty can make his own 5-point, he'll have both 5 points, and that's generally a real good advantage, almost no matter where the rest of the checkers are. Now, what are we thinking about? We got 4-1. I think that the thematic play is to get that checker, the checker on the leave the goalkeeper all the way back on the 24, and now play with those 2 outfield checkers. And this is this is a bunch of poop. He really doesn't want to do that, but he has no good form. And 3-2 probably remake the mid, and we're just sort of in the washing machine. Both sides will take whatever spare checkers they have and try to put them in a good spot. And he's a little far forward. I see. He's thinking about, well, rather than grab that desperately needed 5-point, might he actually give up the anchor and just try to bring all 15 checkers home together? I'm not sure there's a second choice. I think either this or make the 5-point. This is sort of long-term consistent, but he's not going to have. He's in no danger of having a double anytime soon. This is a gibberish roll. You may slot both points, right? It's sort of a gibberish roll. Hold everything together on the other side of the board and start slotting points you need. And now odd numbers. Yeah, he may. Yeah, what I was saying before, he may just stick it on his own 5-point. I mean, if he doesn't do that, what does he do? I mean, he could run off of the 16, but it doesn't get safe. It does duplicate 4s. You can just say duplicating 4s and claim to be an expert by playing 16 to 11. Hitting is just to hold everything and try to recirculate. That might work. Also buys some room to dump checkers if those don't get recirculated. Well, they just recirculated at least to say may not. Oh, I see. He's going to take both and make the 3. Yeah, that makes sense. Good. That blockade that Marty has is still highly effective. This is nobody's anywhere close to doubling yet. Now it's Tobias wants to get out from the back, sort of like this, and he may keep bringing ammunition. I don't know he wants to come to the 8-point for sure, and the question is stacking 5 on the midpoint sure feels funny. The blot on the 18 is in a little bit of danger. Ace 4, I think it just has to come in and forward. There's no good. Every other 4 is blocked. He doesn't want to dump behind. He doesn't want to stack up on his 6-point. I don't think. I think this is pretty clear. Step up while the stepping's good. He's not in any serious danger of being squashed. Only double 3s squashes him, and the often dangerous double 4s is blocked. I'm not real keen on that. I don't think it's a big deal, but I'd have gone the other way. Now, get off the 18 if you can. Probably just bring 18 to 10 is reasonable. Marty's in no great that the advanced anchor on the 16-point actually does act as something of an advanced anchor. It's still clogging up clogging up Tobias's attacking chances and control of the outfield. Is anybody seeing anything? Oh, we got somebody doing it on transcribing the match. Wow. All right, he's now, well, he's considering moving. You know, sitting back on the 21 when your opponent has the 10 and 9 points blocking you. You know, there's no jokers that get you anywhere. There's no, you know, if every roll in a long game you've got a one or two rolls which are a joker and really advance your position, you want to kind of keep those open. Now he sort of has double threes in that regard, and if he can spring that, if he can move that loose checker and back forward, he'll have all kinds of big doubles to scurry out. And here it's take the spares into the outfield. You know, Marty will hit if he can, but he's not all that keen on it. It's not like it's a huge gain. As I said, I think he'd probably step up with the very back checker. Yeah, he may end up making that point, and B, that gives it, you know, now he's got, left to his own devices, he's got double sixes to go dancing all over the place. And Marty doesn't even think twice about hitting. Maybe correct. So we're back into the washing machine. You know, the spare checkers in the outfield go round and round and round, except for 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, we just can't do it. Every so often, some of these little doubles in tied up positions like this just toast you. Marty now has 5 point and a chance to attack there. Chance to attack on the other 5 point. Marty now has both 5 points, and as I said earlier, this gives him a nice, you know, long-term playable game, if not outright advantage. And that's a pretty good roll. 1, 2. I don't think he wants to leave him spread out, although I can see what he's thinking about. Just he's not forced to link them up, and maybe not. If he does that now, I guess that makes more sense. It's also perfectly reasonable to go 23 to 21 and try to get that guy out of there. Now, if Tobias can spring that other back checker, he's got all kinds of play, and Marty's stuck, you know, trying to play this back holding game. Neither one of them has a midpoint. Neither one of them has their 11 or 14 point. So it's kind of a, you know, it's almost an indirect holding game. Look, they're opposing 9 points, 16 points, 7 pips away. Rare formation. What are we thinking about here? How much of this have we played? Anybody? All right, do something. I'm getting bored. Thinking about cubing. Wow. Yeah, just as I said, getting that checker out is job one. It's only aces and threes, and I guess what is that, 9s? Yeah, there are a fair number of hit and covers, but the hit and covers are going to leave blotches all over the place. And not that Marty doesn't want to hit and cover, of course he does. And there's a hit and cover and blotches all over the place. If he doesn't hit and cover, what does he do? Okay, he covers, and that now, okay, that's interesting that he thought about it that way. And now might as well look at this. If there's a dance here, you've done good things. If the Hoover maneuver happens, you've got issues. And it's none of the above. He skipped out on him. Okay, who's got pip counts here? Tobias is well ahead, but Marty is still got plenty of defenders. So we wait and see. I mean, it's an interesting mess. Well, yeah, Marty definitely wants to fill in his 4 point here. He wants any hit to be lethal, particularly since he's likely shooting it. If he gets a shot, it's likely to be a combination when Tobias is forced to or chooses to vacate the 16 point. He's thinking about hitting now to squeeze the toothpaste tube. hit him on the ace point, try to squeeze him forward and get him out of your way, and then you can dump checkers on your own 1 and 2. This, I think, is the right play, but that's what he was thinking about. He wasn't thinking about splitting in the outfield. Okay, 5-4. Now here we are again. Is it? You know, we're behind in the race. So do we stay as far back as we can and build our board, or do we worry about that checker on the 24 point getting stuck there and not being able to move? Because we're rapidly running out of checkers to play with. All right, Marty is looking into the future. I mean, if he had a 16th checker or a 17th checker, he'd want to leave that one back guarding. And now Tobias is, I think, has a decided edge here. Even though Marty's got both 5 points, he's not likely to hit some. This is a cute roll. It's doubles. It can advance forward, but you don't really want to come all the way forward. You don't want to be 6 away from the guy. You don't want to be 5 away from the checkers on the 16 point. 5-4. Yeah. You know, again, what he'd kind of like to move that spare on the 20 forward. Oh, it's not a 5-4, it's a 6-5. Whoa, it's a really faded out on my screen. All right, well, it's nice time to hit back. Oh, now all of a sudden the foo's on the other shoot. You know, Tobias was thinking about just, you know, cruising home and winning this race, maybe leaving in the odd combination shot. And now Marty has, you know, big threats to close up the board. I think it's a pretty good double. Well, look at all the stuff that's blocked. They all got to move on that side of the board. Like I mentioned earlier, small doubles. You may shuffle it to the ace, just stay as pure as he can. Also, if he gets hit there, Tobias is stuck as far back as he can be. So it's a hit here. So, you know, the best roll here is just to, you know, pop in and out with a 4. Or ace-6, of course. Very exciting. And, yep, he's in. Doesn't want to leave any more blotches. Oh, he can spread his checkers out. This is nice. Now just get in, Marty, and everything's fine. And there's no good force, so he hits. He'll make the point if he can. If Tobias can hit this one, oh, look at that. He can hit and slither forward. Now Marty really, if Marty doesn't anchor on the 23, he's got some issues. What have they done? Stop the clock for some reason. Discussion, I have no, if you guys on the YouTube channel can hear, I cannot. I don't know what's going on over there. Yeah, such a popular guy getting invited to play bridge tomorrow morning online. Okay, yes, I'll do it. Go figure.
All right, my turn.
Yeah, okay, what did we do? Do we drop a die? Is that what was happening? And we had to crawl around to find it? All right, here we go, ready to go. All right, as I said, now this is still, see the trick, this is by no means a back game. Don't think, oh, he's playing a back game. This is ye old 2-5-9 holding game, front game. Of course, the easiest thing to do is to run with that back checker, but 2-1 doesn't quite let him leap out of there. And now he's got to decide, dump it to the ace, where it's subject to being re-hit, should there be any hitting be done, or doesn't really, you know, the rest of his position looks awfully pretty. I mean, he'd like to have that spare on the 8 point to play with. I'm inclined to think he's going to go to the ace with it. I think that's the right play. You know, leaving the position as flexible as possible in the future. Now something's got to give. Yeah, I guess that's right. It's not silly. It's not silly to come off the 23. Whoops. Well, here we go. Was that all 4 of them? That's a clever play from 24 to 12, from 21 to 1. That counts like 20. Now the fun part is if Marty decides to start dancing, at what point does Tobias double? Because if the 2-5 game's basically a piece of poo when your opponent's already in and bearing off. It's untenable. In fact, you're probably, your opponent's probably playing for a gammon. So Marty really needs to get in. Now, at what point this can quickly change from, oh, great shot. This can quickly change from maybe a double, maybe not a double. I think now I think he may well be actually playing for a gammon. I mean, this may be cashable. 2-1. Temptation. Look at this. The temptation to duplicate all the 2s and 5s. Temptation to duplicate the 2s and 5s. Oh, I like it. I like it. At least these 5-2, double 2s, double 5s. And what's the other play? The other play, you got to hang on to your. Yeah, this is really cool. This just feels like, all right, now you got a problem cleaning coming. Oh, but Marty's being very cooperative. It would be nice to get inside 6, 5. Okay, well, no duplication here. 2s and 5s to enter, 6s and 3s to hit, 4s and 1s to fail. He's certainly playing for a gammon now. It'd be nice to get into his head to know at what point was he playing for a gammon. He can't come in with a 2 and take a 4 off. That's a mess. He's got to keep his 4s. The 4s are a problem. He doesn't want maybe even go uber clearing and do that. I like that. Now double 4s leaves a shot. Maybe right, maybe wrong. And there's our 5-2 from the old days. And he's playing for a gammon. Double 2s, nice shot. Excellent shot. Okay, well, there's no immediate backgammon danger, but yeah, you can now roll 3 doubles in a row in backgammon. And Marty really, the 2-point game, it may get a shot. 4, 7, I don't know, how much do you worry about that versus just snapping checkers off? I think I'd take a checker off. Oh, so one of the either direction is fine. I'm not sure there's any standard direction. The direction they're going or the opposite direction is both are fine by me. You may even have, if you're playing online, where you may have an option to set up how you want the direction you want to go. Your opponent, looking at his own computer, sets up the other direction. Neither one of you ever knows the difference. Okay, meanwhile, the gammon, by the way, is virtually assured, well, not virtually assured, a couple of big doubles might save it, but really it's a matter of can he hit a shot? Double 6s twice would give him some. There, he's ready now. Should a shot come along? Now we got 6-2, 5-2, and 4-2, and that is 4-5. Great shot. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 checkers left. You got to be a little bit leery of a backgammon. Marty doesn't care. Okay, now big doubles, small, big doubles. That's a backgammon. Okay, Marty, get one of those guys out of there. Don't roll double aces here. Now the fun part is if it will be a 2. Yes, a 2. That's actually a sort of a good roll, because now if he rolls big 2, he's just leaving 1 blot. See, so Marty can't run around and recirculate to catch a second blot. And big 1, he can take a checker off. So big doubles, and then Marty's got to roll 5 pips. Ooh, okay. There's no backgammon number. Just any ace, and it's a fun game. That's not an ace. Can he get within saving? No, he cannot. So it's 4-0. Remember when the cube got turned. That snuck past me. Here I was thinking they were playing on for an undoubled gammon. Let's go back and look and see when I blinked and they cubed. Maybe when I was accepting my bridge invitation it happened. Well, sorry for babbling on about whether he's playing for a gammon or not. He had already turned the cube, so it was all irrelevant. Fun theoretical, though, had he not yet doubled. All right, 6-2, 6. By the way, back in the good old days, 6-2 was routinely played 13-5. Just slot the 5 point. That partly went out of style, and partly the various bots, including XG, Extreme Gammon, poo-pooed that play as just being, you know, really you want, if you're going to slot your 5 point, you really want to do it with one of the checkers stacked on your 6. And there's a 3 and a covered 3 and 1 hit. Now he's got the pump going, just keeps hitting and sending him back. X6, X6, X6. There's a 1-6. That's the pump. Prime the pump. Keep sending him back, and he can't hit with an ace here because it makes a total mess. In with is that double 2? It'll look interesting. He can hit with that, and I guess it was a 2-4. My eyesight. 3-2. Yeah, I think, particularly with the checkers in the McGreal split on the 24, 23, and 22 point, at 11 points better than we used to think, having 2 checkers there as opposed to 1. I mean, another general principle is if you can't make the point you most want, which in this case would be the 5 point, make the point 6 away from there. And now double 5s is blocked everywhere. This is almost really more of a destructive play than a constructive play. But he had no viable choice. Again, he'd almost want to pass with the 1, but yeah, just slot and play some old-fashioned backgammon with sort of 15 checkers against 13 checkers. Yeah, he could also hit on his 5 point. There's some fun stuff that could be considered. All right, well, run away. Now we want an ace to cover or a 4 to hit or something. Yeah, you got to do that, and just maybe too many. No, that's not okay. Jumping out there with the 6 was also fine. I think both these plays are reasonable. I'd actually thought about it a little longer. Oh, look, we can get our old favorite, the 16 point, back if we want it. We can make our 10 point if we want it. If we make the 16, do we come down to the 10 with a 3, or do we hit them off our 5 point, which really is a little bit weird looking? Sort of if this was like a 6-1, you come out with a 6 and hit with a 1, that would look much, much better. To come out with a 6 and hit with a 3 looks just a little bit bizarre. You kind of have to roll a 1 next turn. So he's either going to, I think he kind of has to get that checker out. So maybe pull him out and then he can't dump behind, not that he would even want to. I think, yeah, this is the flexible one. Getting that defender off the 20 point is not a bad thing. Okay, this is now we get another 6-3 and clear the 16 point, and then we got a nice game. Ooh, double 2s, isn't that fun? That looks like it just plays itself. I don't think you want to skip hitting that thing, so if you're gonna do that, you got to make the 4 point. And now, pay attention, Kent. Maybe the cube's going to get turned. You got to notice this time. 3, and yeah, don't leave. It's a little frisky to come out. I don't know. I might want to get 1/2 a step closer. I think I take this. You're really trying to get 13 checkers on, which is harder than you might think, particularly when 4 of them are that far back. It's close. I mean, there's no question Tobias is a favorite here, but he doesn't really have any master blasting jokers. 5-2 certainly isn't a master blasting joker. Okay, that's all 7s and some 8s. What's plan B? He's getting off a point. If he rolls a 7 or 8, there's going to be a whole lot of return shots. There's 4s on one side and then possibly 3s or 1s to hit back on this side. This cleans up. I mean, if this doesn't get hit, now you got some real threats. I think this 3-point game probably isn't quite playable once Tobias fills in, say, his 5 point. This is the aggressive play, and there's life after death. If he gets hit, he's going to have a whole bunch of return hits. He's not dead if he's hit. And there it is. There's a hit. Okay, now we've duplicated 4s. This is where double 4s joker, or in plus a 3, or any 4. Well, I think you... Good to stop and think, but I think you take the fresh meat. Now a dance makes for a fun position. Ooh, in with a 2, no good 4. That's a mess. That's basically forced. And once again, we're thinking about cubing. Let any sleight of hand sneak the cube past me so I can talk about a cube which has already been turned. Close, but not quite, is his assessment. Well, what can you do? Well, you hit with the ace and pop out with a 5. That seems, I don't know what plan B is here, so that seems good. Now we want a 2, or a 5-3. Oh, there's a 2, but is he gonna, he could also shift out to the 20 point and try to play in the outfield. If he does this, he's got to give something up. Well, all right, go Marty. This is, the good news, this is actually the rare 2-3 front game. Oops, turning quickly into a 2-3 back game, which may not work. I mean, the good news for the back game player is that, for Marty, is that Tobias has already stuck 2 checkers in the ace point. So coming in safely is going to happen sooner, and it's going to be harder. Very small numbers. Oh, good. Okay, now I think the play sort of forces. You got to. This is perfectly takeable. I think it's perfectly takeable, particularly you're behind 4-0. I mean, I personally wouldn't give this up. We'll see what, I don't know. One of you guys with XG out there, crank it up. I think there was some play there with the phantom 2-3 back front game. All right, 5-0. No time to panic. Marty certainly didn't panic there. Yeah, washing machine. That's one of mine. These middle games where both have advanced anchors, or checker gets hit, they circulate around. The other guy's checker gets hit, and they're kind of going round and around in the outfield until finally something breaks. Okay, I turned my head, and both players have developed a good game. All right, all kinds of choices. They include splitting, a small split, a major split, a split and hit. Yeah, I think that's it. Now he's actually looking at 3 5s. I don't think he'll hit on the 3 point. So he's really looking at either down or out. I mean, he's going to look at hitting on the 3. I mean, it's amazing how often a play like that is right in some situations, but here, this looks good to me. There's no cube here, certainly not when you're ahead 5-0. That's the scoop. That's the smack 'em all. I mean, he could just stand pat, but I think he'll smack 'em all. It's he's not really quite ready to blitz, but this buys a whole lot of time. He's got a 3-point board. Putting 2 of your opponent's checkers in the air is so often right. There's no cube here. Okay, this is easy. Okay, now both 5 points, nice advanced board. Get that spare checker off the 22 point and bring it around. Double 4s, forget that plan. Look, he knew that all right away. Yeah, he's going to think about it. All right, he's done. He's already hit the clock. A 6. Yeah, get that one sort of under the gun. The other one doesn't mind being hit in the outfield. 6, is that a 6-5? Yeah, knock them all over while you go. And now, when do you spin and win? I don't think you want that point. So I think just build up your board as fast as you can. There's no longer, making the checker distributions look pretty on this side. Marty has clear edge, but I think needs a little bit more. This does nothing to bring it home. Needs a little bit more to be given serious thought to the double. 6-5. Well, there we go. This could get. Tobias could find himself a little bit squeezed. 3-2 does that. There's no good 3, so that's it. Okay, Tobias has a little room to play. He certainly shouldn't be. He's not thinking about doubling. He's just trying to figure out what to do. I guess Dice on checkers must not count. Who knew? 6-4, too big. He wants little numbers. Yeah, you can slot, but you've got no cover in position. But that's the thematic thing: is slot then cover, slot then cover. Shot could be coming right now. There are shot numbers here. 3-2 being one of them. There is no safe 3-2. This may be get them out of your hair. This is, you're not trying to, well, blitzing would be nice, but you're just trying to squeeze the toothpaste tube and squeeze him forward. And it didn't work. Notice that we don't have a coverer, but he runs out here. Now, if there's a dance, it would be fun. Okay, how soon do you spin and win this one? I guess he thinks he's not there yet. 6-1, nice 7. And now you better get in. Nope. Now, whether or not it's a take is, it's got to be a double. Even if you knew it was theoretically a take, I think you're supposed to double, because players will pass. Is this actually a take? Boy, he's a long. If as soon as Marty rolls an ace, he's in the game. You know, only boxes closes that point. Double threes closes the 7 point. This it'd be interesting. I mean, a beginner would pass this at a shot, and I guess Marty knows better as well. All right, no panic there by Mr. Storer. I think we're up to 6-0. Don't forget to score up there, Tobias. All right. 3. Is that a 2? All right. Sort of funny if I'm trailing. If there's a big difference in the match score, I'll play 2 down when I'm trailing and make this splitting down play when I'm ahead. Splitting down play leads quickly to advanced anchor type. Oh, look, I love it. Duplicating 4s. You're going to hold up a sign. Duplicating 4s. Boxes does not cover the blot, but nonetheless a fine roll. Any 2 or 3 he will hit. Don't worry about covering. We'll do that some other day. He doesn't want to make the 20 point. You know, he must be behind in the race. So I think, I mean, you could play the 4 up and cover with the 3. Just have blotches all over the place and defend. I think I would hit and come off the midpoint. Maybe my opponent rolls a 1-6, 2-6, or 3-6 or something. Or 4-6. 3-6 now hits. 5-6 hits 2. And it's 2 and another 2? Is that double 2? Oh, now blotches everywhere. Okay, now doubles the other way. Small doubles the other way. Even double 5s would be fun. Small doubles the other way. 1, 2, we only hit 1. 3, cover. Nice. It's got to get in here, Marty. In with a 3-6. Grabs his favorite outfield anchor, and we want to do the same. And we do the same, and it's sort of forced anyway. Now, do you build the 4 prime and hit loose? Do you make your 3 point? Starting from scratch. So he's 1. He could do 1. Look how convenient that 16 point block is. It's an annoying point. I think I like this. That's you're not really keen on hitting that checker on the 3, but you don't have anything else to do. I mean, the checker that you really want on the 23, you really want Marty's spare to be back on the 23 if you're Tobias, because it's max blocked there. Oh, look, all kinds of possibilities. If I think you want fresh meat, and if you do that, it might not even be right to cover. It might be right to bring the checker down, but fun. 3 and 5. Yeah, that's almost forced anyway, and it's not such a big deal to get hit there. 5-2. What does this teach us? Maybe come on down and lead. You don't bury the blot. I mean, the blot on the 7 point. It's almost better off being hit than it is being shoved down to your 2 point. Is that box tuples? This changes the complexion of the game. Well, he can play entirely safe, but maybe he wants his 10-point. I mean, a lot of this will depend on, if he played entirely safe, he wouldn't have a double anytime real soon. This way may give him a double sooner. Ace? Yes, ace. Yeah, is there any tricky duplicating stuff here? Probably. Yeah, there's some duplicating, hiding the blot. There's 3s and 4s to enter and 3s and 4s to hit. There, he found some good duplication. Didn't really want to worry about making it. Oops, so much for the duplication. Gets hit. Now we've got 1s and 4s to hit back. And well, he's thinking, do I really need this checker? I think he probably does. I think he probably does. He's counting the race to see how good his race is in case he doesn't hit. And how's the position? I mean, to sit there studiously staring, he was probably counting the race. But this, off the top of my head, this certainly looks right. Now we want to hit back. Acey-deucey. That's a hit back. Okay, now in plus a 3. This is dance. This is starting to move the other way. That's a point. Wake up. Wake up. Oh, he didn't see it. 100% he did not see it. He could have made his 4-point. Dance. That's got to be an oversight. I mean, the theory, the idea of releasing his back checkers is a good one, but the 4 points, arguably the biggest point on the board here. I don't believe Tobias saw it. He was correctly focusing on moving his back checkers into the fray, so he's not in a push me pull you situation. Half his checkers going one way, half going the other. So theoretically, that was what he wanted to do, but I believe he overlooked. Now he can bring an extra builder to bear on his 4-point, which he could have made, or hop out. And again, he's sticking with. Michi had an interesting lecture years ago. M13, talking about the BMW M series cars. They're the supercharged ones. M13 meant before you go too far forward, make sure you've got 13 checkers to move forward. And Tobias is, subscribing to that theory. He did not have 13 checkers to move forward. He only had, this is a very, very strong double. I'm not sure Marty can really seriously consider taking this. Oh, I don't know about that. All right, this could be, this could be easily be a gammon to get it up to 10-0. So this is exciting. If something goes wrong, what is this? This is a fail to do anything? It's a fail to do anything. All right, he's still sticking with that. Now get in, Marty, and you got your take. Ooh, in with the anchor with the ace and hit with a 3. Come in with a 3 and hit with a 1, or just anchor up on the 21 point and hope that guy doesn't get out from where he's sitting there. Boy, it's so double-edged to enter and hit, but boy, can that win. Yeah, this at least gives you an anchor to fall back on. And this is trying to win as opposed to trying not to lose. Coming in and anchoring the 21 point is just giving you a long-term inferior position. This play, even though you can get in big trouble quickly, this play by Marty gave him a real chance to actually almost take the lead. And 3-5, he may have to do it again. He's got to protect being blitzed himself on the other side. So don't do anything stupid. No, just quietly send them back. Now we can get in with like a 3-2 or whatever. We can get a real back game going. 4-2. Oh, interesting. You say here, I don't think you want to lift the blot. That makes no sense. You don't really want to play a 1-4 game. So if you're not going to hit, and hitting is not silly. If you're not going to hit, then you make the opponent's 3-point. You play the 3-4 front game. He's not. That's a 3-4 front game if he did it. Hitting is way more exciting and gives the possibility of playing a 1-3-4 back front game. This is probably the sane play, even though I was sort of cheering for the other. And 4-2, that would have been kind of poopy the other way. Now, build your 5-point is job 1, and get that spare off the 24-point is job 2. Make him out with a 6 and slot his 5. That's the two things we were just talking about you're trying to do. Now, he doesn't really want to be hit. He wants to have a chance to, ooh, dumbbell 5s. Look at that. Now this is making our, you know, it's not really a back game, but it's gonna sort of have the effect of that. What can you do? Maybe right to just, you don't really want to make both outfield points. That's just playing right into your opponent's hands, I think. So you can bring 2 home to the 6-point. And just try to scramble home. You can't, you know, can you really gain by trying to blockade him in by grabbing the 9-point? I think that contact probably works against you rather than for you. I'm slowly thinking the right play is to actually bring 2 men into the 6-point, but I could be way wrong. I mean, obviously it's a beautiful blocking rule. You can make the 9-point and bring 1 man into the 6-point. But I think, you know, part of it is analyzing the timing, which is probably what he's almost certainly what he's thinking about. How does the game play, not just next roll, but 3 or 4 or 5 rolls down the road? What's it going to look like? And, you know, is Marty likely to go crunch berries first and run out of play? All right, he's going. Well, I guess bringing both there is just as good as bringing 1 in. And what is that? 5-something. Ooh, it's double 5s. Way too much. Too many pips. Ha! This is annoying. Maybe it's such a balance. If the timing was a little different, he'd clear the 9-point, the point he just made. But the timing isn't different, so maybe he can hang on and actually crack, you know, keep his blockade and crack his opponent, which is really a big deal. Well, let's just get off. I don't want to bury any, so yeah, I think this is now some 7s and some 8s. Not that one. Some 7s and 4-4, I should have said. All right, you know, Little Bo Peep, a total of 6 pips or something. A little bit big. 6, dump. Teeny tiny or run off the front. Run off the front. That was forced. Nothing to think about. Now, pop him. You don't want to roll anything with a 6 on. Yeah, that's a problem. And hit. Now, a whole lot of swings on hitting back. Ooh, 6-1. Don't roll another 6. Look how 6-1 and 6-2 are kind of awkward. 4-2, 4-2. Pretty. Okay, now we're in get lucky and hit a shot. Fairly low prop. Oh, that good to get in. Sort those out. Buttons up just in case he hits something like double 6s right now. 5-3, 3 in and 5 off, or 5 in and 3 over. 5 in and 3 over really seems right. You gotta give yourself some spares there. But think about it. No immediate shot with 3 in and 5 off. Well, yeah, there is. Double 3s is awkward. Look at that sneaky double 3. These interior gaps. See the gap, the soft 4-point. It can lead to trouble. Be interesting to see if there's a big difference in that play. Okay, Marty's not unless there's a big doubles. He's probably gonna run off the gammon. Oops. This I don't think he wants to take 2 checkers off, so I think this is just sets himself up for a mess next turn and moves forward. Ooh, double 4s. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. Well, that releases 1s and 2s, plural. Well, point and snatch. We might as well point. You know, the extra 2 checkers off, it can hardly be worth the. I mean, hitting him is costing him crossovers. and the chance of dancing. That seems pretty clear. Marty wants a nice big one to start running. Not big enough. Now too big. There's too big. 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. That's a lot of pips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crossovers. Okay, just in crossovers, he could probably save it, barring a doubles. But he's not going to get 2 crossovers every time. He will this turn. 6, 5, 5, 6. Okay, now we need doubles to scare him. And there's doubles. That scares him. Okay, don't roll too many. Well, an ace gets in, but you're probably okay. Ooh, what's that? Is that 3-1? Yuck. Now we're underdogs, even if he doubles. 2s are better. Gammon's on the spot. And now he's got to roll a 6 or doubles himself. Except for double 2s doesn't work. 6 or 1s. There's a 6-3. Nicely done. 6-2 didn't work either. All right, but it's a little bit of a Pyrrhic victory. He's now down 8-0 instead of 10-0. You know, you don't gammon, don't double just because you're way behind, but a position which has gammonishness to it, you can double. You don't win trailing 3 away, 11 away by winning 1 point at a time. It is nice to get to even away, but really what's going to motivate him is, you know, what's the gammonishness of the position. You generally just don't think about hitting with a 3-1, just make your 5-point. Ooh, look at this. I mean, you know, if Tobias is playing just to make every game a 1 game and dodge gammonish games, then he should make the play he just made. Wouldn't surprise me if double match point, it was actually right to make your bar point there. He's still got to clean this mess up, or roll a 6-3 or 6-5. And 4-3 is poop. Yeah, there you go, expert play, 6th man on the 6-point. You got to say expert play when you make that play. And 5-1. Spread them out, leave the back ones alone. Again, Marty wants contact. He wants a complicated position. He wants extra checkers hit. Now make a point or run away, but make a point. Job 1. And what in the world is that? I don't think you want to hit on the 3-point. If you cover with the deuce, you can come out. Just throw it to the wolves. I think that's the thematic play. I mean, plan B would be to run the back one all the way out, but then you got that loose blot on your 10-point, which is, or your 11-point, which is kind of poopy. Yeah, he's showing us. Point to plan B. Plan B is to run right where he's pointing. This is the matter of everybody wants the 16-point. That leaves 1s and 4s and some 8s and some 10s. So the 10s also have a 4, so that's no good. The 8s contain 6-2, but not 5-3. This may be right. Not as many hits as it looks like, even though there's 2 blots. On the other hand, having your 11-point is worth something. Just leaving 27 numbers on the other side or more, 29 numbers on the 30 numbers on the other side. There aren't 30 hits here. There's barely over 20, 21. Oh, easy take, but this is the kind of position which can get real good real fast. Interesting. Okay, how do we maximize contact? Yeah, he's just covering as much of the board as he can to try to get an immediate hit. Ace 4. Well, point on him. He's forced to point on him because the other guy doesn't move. He could quickly make his 11-point. Oh, I think it's a little frisky to double hit. This has got to be right under the circumstances. I'm in with an ace or in with a 4 to hit him. 6 does none of the above. Maybe right to... Yeah, best play is that don't play. So what do we got for legal 6s? I think he wants to hang on to his 10-point. You know, keep that ace 4 blocked. He might roll it again. Yeah, I don't know about that. But he didn't have a good 6 is the problem. This also 5-2. Ah, there's the 11 point. Now, I don't know. Does Marty leave the back checker spread out? Well, he's forced now. He could push the 2 up to the his 5 point. I think he's just going to work in his home board. Probably slot his 7 and cover his 4. I don't think he wants, I mean, maybe the race is closer than it looks. He can make the 20 point. Or he's counting the race. I didn't count the race. It's Marty knows that, you know, if the race is playable, he'll be making the 20 point. But obviously, the race is not all that great. 2 checkers back to 0 says something. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Looking grim. I think you want to do that. You know, play like this almost forces Marty to anchor up, which he can't do. He expresses his displeasure with a little checker flourish. We're not redoubling to 4, then 8 when we're basically playing to get to 11 away Crawford. 5-4. Leave him nothing. Oh, you weenie. Probably the right play. I mean, it's really tempting to leave that 5 out there or the 4 out there, but I guess you can't really do it. 4-3. Try to build your points in order. A little flourish. Marty's frustrated. A couple little ones to point on him, and that doesn't do anything good. So we can make the 2 point. Anything else is leaving direct shots. So there we have it. In plus a 5 or 4-4, but not double 2. Okay, 3s, 4s, and 5s to try to end the match. Ooh. Yeah, all right. He's not leaving any 11 number shots here. So that's 2, 4, 5 numbers instead of 11. Need a 3 here. 3 gives us plenty of play. There we go. And cover. Okay, what do we got for bad rolls? Well, lots of 5s. He's 6-2, good for now. That gap on the 4 point's a real problem. I mean, Marty's got, you know, he's got appreciable, whatever that is, glare plus a 1. He's going to play it in the outfield. He'll take a checker off the midpoint with part of it, possibly all of it. If he can slot the, okay, it was a 4-1. You want a 5 if you're okay. Now I think clear from the rear. Now he's got 4s blocked, so 4s are the nightmare number. And maybe just you want to slow down. Well, you could roll boxes and get it back in the race too. This is not over. 6-2 awkward. 6 is forced, and 2 is virtually forced. Now we got a variety of 4s and 3s, which are bad. Ready? Time now. Watch out for your 4s and some 3s. 4-1, no good. Do you make it heavy? It certainly looks prettier just to cover it from the 6 like that. Now watch out. Oh, he's little. You want to be little. Good. Now, very, very careful about our 4s and 3s. 4-3. There, dumps 2 behind him. Yeah, I'm not. He's looking to make sure that there's not some reason to go the other way. Marty wants a little tiny number. Oh, well, he's not going to change anchors. He could conceivably split and keep his board closed. Yeah, I don't think he wants to give up his 6 point. That I mean, I think he kind of has to do this. If he breaks his board, if he breaks his board, he's sort of playing more for trying to win the race. But this, I think keeping the closed board is more important. Now, a couple of little numbers. two touching numbers, two small touching numbers. Well, they're touching. They're really touching. That's very sad. Takes a lot of the fun out of it. Well, might as well save the gammon and stay alive. Okay, watch out for your twos here. Well, there's a theoretical thought. I don't know that I'd burn any brain cells thinking about cubing here. I suppose technically there's a correct action. My guess is there's the you know, if you can prove to yourself that it's a pass, and or if you can prove to yourself, well, what's the immediate danger is there's two numbers, 6-2. 6-2 is two numbers, leaves a direct shot, and then 11 numbers to hit that. Of course, the 6-2 also, if you leave it, it could repeat. If you dance, it could repeat. So 6-2 is 11 numbers. It's two numbers which leave a direct shot. 11 numbers hit it. That's 22, 1296. That's not a lot, although it does win. So we're down somewhere in single digits. It's 22, 1296. Says I gotta. Where's Art Benjamin? I think he's in the tournament somewhere. Where's my little calculator? And I can try to get an idea what this really is all about. Yeah, is that what we're talking about? 22 divided by 1296. So that's yeah, it's 1.6%. He's probably right that I think that's a pass. Of course, I don't know what, you know, Crawford 11 away is a little tiny number also. Marty may know the match equity table. Well, it's not 1.6% or whatever his immediate hit. Probably got a little bit better chance than that because he could get a repeating shot, but, or no shot this turn, but one next turn. His board's going to crunch next turn. No shot this turn, then roll double sixes twice and win the race. All right, at least we get to see another game. Gammon's irrelevant for both players. You know, getting to from 11 away to 9 away doesn't save any games. It's just a matter of a free drop down the road somewhere. So both sides are basically just playing to win. They don't care if they don't care if they get gammon. It's what's your best chance to win. The fun thing is, as the game progresses, often the best play to win is also the best play to get yourself gammoned. So watch for that. It's sort of fun to see if the players will. They don't. Of course, if you get gammon, you also lose, and that's the end of that. But look at this: make an anchor, make a point. This gives you know, Marty a positional edge. Run. This, with just one checker back, play with 0 checkers back. Now 4s and boxes bring lots of help down. This is good. Now a 9 or even a 10 to jump past him, a 4-6. Awkward numbers. There are awkward numbers available. Yeah, you don't want to step up to the 22 where you're directly under the gun and getting pounded on like that. Now make a point if you can, otherwise run away. And that's a point. Feel a little more comfortable having that 11 point. I like that. Now Marty wants to build points and may set about it right here and now. Well, I don't know. He's just playing purely for race, I guess. Good. Run out. Well, that's thematic. You know, now Marty will almost certainly attack it, but what else can you do? You can stay way back and do what? Slot your own 5 point? 6-3 looks a little silly. Fun play where you slot your own 5 point. That would get some cheering from me. I don't want to see 6-3. Like that just looks stupid. All right, that's probably the sane play. Marty will probably attack with any number which hits, including that. Now, is he going to abandon his anchor? No, just go for the quick prime or closeout, the big blockade play. All right, good. Big edge to Marty. Make sure you close it up. 3, 4, I guess. this semi-useless gammon out of the way, then we can see where the free trade. There you go. Now we're attacking and blitzing if we can. You know, get the 1% or whatever it is, backgammons. All right, covering 1-6, and he's now got a triple shot if a 1-6 gets thrown. Ace. Now we hide it. You don't want any spare blots floating around. Now we got to hit loose or build a prime. Build a prime better. Try to build a counter prime. Well, that's part of a counter prime. Now double fours by 4-2. Okay. Stop the counter priming. Hit them back. Try to counter prime 2 checkers. Keep hitting them. There we go. Now Marty's got to get back in. Don't really want to leave any blotches, so yeah, come into there. Double aces is okay. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, get forward. You don't want to just keep going forward and not on the other side, not burning up checkers on your side, so you run out of pips and have to crunch. 5-3 is a lot of nothing. Basically passes. You want to get one of those out. Well, that gets one of them out. All the way with the front one. All right, he's just trying to get one home and worry about the other later. Anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4. Look, counter prime. Look at me, counter prime. Okay, in with an ace if you come in at all. All right, get the counter prime going. This is was looking so good for Marty and not so good now. I guess Marty's got the prime, but he doesn't have the time. He can play a 5 to get out. He can't play a 6. He can play an ace 6 to get out. And I think Tobias, you know, if he's not going to win this priming thing, he almost wants to get hit and give him a chance to anchor on the. Ooh, okay, now very, very small, Tobias. Oh, those don't count. Dice on checkers apparently don't count. Little teeny, little bo peep. Well, if you're going, there you go. Okay, now you want to get hit and then stay out. Ooh. He'll cover the 2, I think. Oh no! Oh no! All right, so Marty's now breathed a sigh of relief. Tobias just you know, now just plays for a miracle. You know, he could in theory get another checker sent back, but basically, yeah, you spend a lot of time thinking about this ace. Wow. Yeah, that's even. That looks prettier, right or wrong. Is Marty going to torture us with? Well, he's got to get in. Torture us with recirculating over and over and over and over. Okay, holding as many points as possible. Try to get Marty out of his hair. Marty refuses. Catch a second checker, which is, you know, the problem with these stupid positions is if you catch a second checker and it anchors, he has some play that way. If you never catch a second checker, you know, you lose the fluky race. Close your board, open your 6-point boxes, and suddenly you're behind, or at least close. All right, an ace, one little ace. That certainly looks prettier without, you know, he's thinking about how long can I hold all these points, but I'm not sure, you know, to avoid the fishing expedition. I'm not sure the fishing expedition isn't a bit of a fool's errand. Boy, he's spending some time on his tough play, which is relatively inconsequential. Well, Marty thinks he knows, but why is he doing this? Why he could hit loose and just close him out. I guess he's waiting for him to crunch more. And so he is thinking about going fishing. Okay, now double threes, double twos, get him in. No, Tobias is not cooperating. Almost time to close it up before you bleep it up. One, two, three, four. Boxes is safe from leaving a shot. 6-3. Boxes is safe, and 6-5 is safe from leaving a shot. 2-1 is beautiful. Nothing leaves a shot. Get a few checkers off so you're box proof when you're bearing off. Okay, now there's no real bad numbers at all. Okay. Careful of big doubles. 1, 2, 3. We're not trying to win a gammon. We just about locked up the race. We need boxes here to ooh, good start. Now, just roll 7 or 8 pips each time. That's a nice one. Now you only need to roll 6 or 7 pips each race. We need to start with a big double soon. I keep seeing the ace and the other one doesn't happen to match. In fact, the other one's the worst. Okay, hit the ace point a couple of dozen times. And this is probably still possible. It's generally takes less energy just to play it out than it does to sit there and try to calculate, am I gin or aren't I? 3 off's got 12 left, could get off in 3, he's still alive. He's got to get off, oops, that's doubles, he's not alive now. All right, Marty's on the board, even number away. So if he can somehow manage to get the cube to 4 and yeah, you stole a point there, sir. You get the cube to 4 and backgammon him, you can win the match. I don't think we're going to see that happen. Now, because he's got an even number of points to go, gammons are a big deal. So Marty is in gammon go sort of mode. If there's close plays, he wants to make plays that lead to more gammons. It's interesting. This is, I'm not sure that's the play that leads to more gammons, but that's sort of the standard play. Well, this is now interesting stuff. Make the 2-point, splitting down with all the duplication. That's the nice, pretty play. Do this, and does he have a free drop? Well, if he does, he's not using it. So now, ooh, nice shot. Very nice shot. This is gammon for Marty. Takes a big bite out of that insurmountable lead. Split. Anchor if he can, but builders are the order of the day. Yeah, that's sort of funny. I'm inclined just to bring the ammunition down one way or another. This, it's possible that running out to the midpoint is technically safer. He can even run part way out, run out with a 6 and shuffle the 1. That guards the outfield more. You're right. He's going to get his gammons later. He's not going to go gung ho attacking. Ooh, 6-5. That's a bunch of poo. That may be a little over cautious. Yeah, lots of ammunition. Tobias wants a 3-2 or something to step up. Well, now maybe he just bounces out with 1. It's sort of forced. You don't want to go leaving a direct shot on the front board. Now it's kind of funny. Sometimes when you're playing to save a gammon, you can actually get yourself into an awkward enough position that gammons become more likely. Here, 5 in a row is pretty nice, particularly since Tobias's position is a bit of a mess. Well, you don't want to leave the. Oh, you can point there and get him out of your hair. Yeah, that might be a good idea. And you get a little bit of a chance to roll a 3-6 next turn. 2-5. Okay. Now 3-6 is fun, or point on him. Dead. Doesn't count. point on him. Okay, now this is cute. Now, if Marty dances, Tobias rolls a 3 and gets to the edge, and it's anybody's game. Marty needs to get in. Keep the match going. Marty needs to get in, maybe even win a gammon. No 3, it's a 5-1. So, oh, I see. There's a little threeplication stuff here. Look at that. That can only be hit with a 4-3, and you enter with a 3, and you hit the other block with a 3. Look at the threeplication. I love it. It does also leave you the 3 you want to use to step up is used to build points. Dance? No, it's in. 3. Well, yeah, there's your choice. Either he hits to stop the tide from coming in, or he just makes a pretty position and plays rope-a-dope. Not clear to me which was right. Well, look at this. He can do all kinds of fun things. Hit and prime. Yeah, that may work. 3 and back out. He's playing full rope-a-dope. Double 3s is fairly crushing. 4-1. Well, we don't want to get gammoned exactly. How much are we just giving up any chances of winning by just playing safe? The gammon, does this really win enough games to... There's definitely gammon risk attached to this. Same 3 duplication is out there. It's got to contain a 3 to hit. All right. Get in, Marty. Let's make it more exciting the other way. Get in. Nope. All right. 3 to the edge. Big deal. 3 to the edge. Ooh, 2-6. So close. So close. Okay, no blotches. What do we got here? 1, 2, 3. Double 4s would be interesting. Get in. What is it? Dance. 3 to the edge is a big deal. Every so often your 3 comes with a companion number, like a 6. Get in. Ah. Yeah, that's got the 3-6 out and dance blocked. Ooh, crunch. All right, now we want our prime, and we've got it. Okay, now we're definitely in fishing mode. Fishing meaning you keep your prime, you hit the guy off the front, and he's forced to hit you back. That checker is on the bar, and then hits one of these blots you see Tobias leaving. I mean, at some point, and that's going fishing. It's a fishing expedition. If he takes the bait, which he's sometimes forced to do, then you can go back and grab another checker. So he'll slot the front of the prime if he can. Bring the best covering material back into play. And now it's tough for. And Tobias wants to sort of get all his checkers closer in so that the fishing expedition will be fairly futile. Very hard to jar another one loose. Both off the back. You want to not leave a second blot here. So, in a weird way, the more crunched you are, the better. It makes it harder to leave another checker. Okay, no move here. Whatever that is, cover. Now Marty will slot the front again. Watch out for 3s and 2s. Okay, keeps that now 3-2. 3-2 will leave a. Okay, rolls the prime forward. 3s and 2s. Ace. I wonder if that was the right ace. He must know. 6-2. Okay, now you want to buy more time. I'm not Marty must know these things. Do you go for the hit straight away, or do you wait until your opponent is crunched a little more? Tobias wants to stay out. Marty wants to roll small. Too big. All right, one more try. Close it up before you bleep it up. Roll an ace to make it fun. Oh! Second war, well, ace, deuce, and ace 3 were pretty much equally bad. Now Marty wants to dance, and then there's all kinds of shot numbers. He dances. Okay, now 6-2 is 6-3, 5-2, 5-3, 3-1. Very good. Makes the fishing expedition much harder. Now we come in and wait for at least 1-2 to be rolled, or a couple of aces slowly. There's a 2. I don't think you want to volunteer. There's an ace. Okay. Now ace deuce. Ace deuce leaves a shot. Nope. Or he'll probably hold once more. One more try. Ace deuce, or any ace, just to keep the torture going. Now double fives. Makes a mess. What's that? All right, close board. Now we just got to get a few checkers off so you don't lose the miracle race, or get a whole bunch of checkers off and win a miracle gammon. I mean, losing this, he's going for the gammon and not losing the race. Losing this race is now getting very, very difficult, even if you get hit. And that's that. So now the gammon's pretty much gone. Now he's got to get some checkers off before Tobias rolls 6s, 5s, and 4s in that order. 6-2, keep seeing the 6 first. Couple big ones, don't monkey around. 3 off. Oh, that's 3 off. Oh, it was cocked apparently, unlucky. Yeah, there's no tricks to be had here. Big. What's he looking at? What did he roll? Did he just steal a pip? Yeah, 5-4. 4-3. No idea how many checkers are there. We'll know when the game is over. There, the game is over. All right, now we're 8 away. Well, that was the Crawford game. That was Pat post Crawford. Now we're 8 away.
I might lose.
The cube is never getting to 4, so we can win a gammon to get collect 4 points, win a simple game to get to 5 to collect 2 points, or win a backgammon for lots of excitement. Okay, sending me text. Doubles match after this. Ooh. All right, I'm answering questions about doing more commentary. Well, what do we got here? We've gone. He's trying to figure out, does he have a free, is he going to employ his free drop or not? That's what he's looking at here. What play is he certain he's got an edge or doesn't have an edge? If you run, do you employ the free drop? You're up 3 pips, but your opponent's on roll and maybe has a little bit of a more flexible position. I don't know the answer. This is great. He must think. Marty, of course, doubles. He must think he can take this one. All right, he's decided to take this one now. Hit with a 3 or a 2x other than 6-2. There's a 5-4, which Marty's just playing backgammon. No goofing around. 4-2. Well, it's again, the temptation is to split the back checkers, but I think you need a bird in the hand here. Now Marty wants to build points. There's a point. Well, I'll tell you, win a gammon here and get to 7 and you're feeling really strong, because then you're just 1 gammon away from winning the match. This is fun. Splitting down for sure. Your opponent builds his bar point before he starts splitting, before he builds more points. Oh, this is a cute mess. Thematically you hit him here, but then you have no 1. So he's bringing playing simple and bringing more ammunition down. Anchor. There we go. Now we're sitting here waiting patiently. Ooh, that was nice. Yeah, nice edge to Marty. This is we wait for one side to roll a doubles like that. Now it's it's this anchor on the 20 point, which is against just the normal starting position. An anchor on the 20 point is always a take. This, where there's lots of landing spots, is really race dependent, and Marty's got those 2 extra checkers back, but he's 3, 5, 6. Down in the race, but not catastrophically down in the race. So a big doubles by Marty, and this is exciting. There's minimal chance of getting a direct shot here. Marty wanted bigger pips than that, more pips than that, bigger dice than that. 5-3, awkward. Doesn't really want to slam them all to the 8s, but you can't leave a direct shot here, so clear there. This takes away one of his landing spots, but brings checkers home without burying anything to wreck your bear off. 6-3. Don't have to give anything up, so don't. Now there's awkward rolls. Well, it'd probably just cover the ace point. Wait for next turn. See, Marty may have to do something here. Yeah, I'll do whatever. I'll do any. All right, I turn my head to answer a text. Apparently we're going to get a doubles match when this is over. Well, this may not be over anytime soon. I don't know why they think this is going to be over soon. Are we getting where we... I hate leaving those 8s. My goodness, 8s are old all the time. It does have double 2s blocked. There's a little stuff there. Now it's a balancing act between not messing up your board too much for the race and biding time to get in safely, or to have your opponent get out of your hair. Although this is going to be, I think leaving the immediate 8s is just too rich, even though double 2s is blocked. You know, that's what is that? Instead of that's 5 hits. Action is really just trying to keep as much pressure as he can. I think your positions, you still have plenty of good winning chances without hitting. Oh, this race is, Tobias is well ahead in the race. I mean, it's just going to take a big doubles to make this close. Not catastrophically ahead. Get a grip on the race. Analyze just how big your racing edge is. How big a deal is it if you guys? One of the problems with making one of these try to win plays by hitting is you trying to win can get you gammon, and he definitely doesn't want to get gammon here. So he'll make the simple plays. Ha! Here too, we can leave just a 4, or leave nothing but a possible mess next turn. I don't know the answer. Pay me now or pay me later. That's obviously what he's thinking about. 12 numbers is more than 11. It does clean up pretty well. I mean, it's clearly, that's all he's thinking about, does he? There's 2 plays. You either do this or All right. 4 or 3-1. Oh, neither. All right. Well, we got not even double fours leaves a shot. We got issues here. Well, this is sort of awkward. 6 is forced, and then this now 6-5, 6-4, double sixes, double fives, double fours, or roll like a 3-1, and then Marty rolls boxes. 4-1. Yeah, might as well spread them out. Now, tough choice for Marty with a biggish number like this. Does he bank everything on the contact, or does he bank everything on racing? And how much wastage is there? Boy, if you sit tight, 2-1, which is his worst. He's playing for the shot. 6-2 it is. It's the only number. 4-1. All right, no harm, no foul. Now we get to wait and see. I think he's got to run almost no matter what. So give us some big doubles, Marty. Let's keep it going. I think that's alive. It looks like that 4 is nestled in there. Yeah, no sense. Okay, now, wait for him, Tobias. Let's make it fun. Oh, the sledgehammer. He brings down the foot. The wrong side got doubles. Marty is on fumes. He's on double ones, 4 more checkers off. Marty, it's time for you to start rolling several big doubles. Well, that's 3 checkers off. That's something. All right, good. Tobias is waiting. You got to start now. Get them all. 3-2. Poo. Pure poo. Well, you might as well think about it. Somehow. Yeah, maybe that gives you more back-to-back doubles is best. Okay, we got a lot of checkers to take off, Marty. You better start now. Ooh, 6 up and then the poopy 2. All right. Better roll something very, very small. Oh, well, it was fun. This could easily have gone the other way, but it didn't. So it's a big tournament. There were 64 players in here. This was the round of 32, and Marty's a little bit annoyed. That was very frustrating, just to sort of lose every game and get blown away. Tobias wins comfortably. It appeared to me to be, top-level backgammon. It's above my pay grade to judge which one of them may or may not have played better. I thought we watched very, very good backgammon being played. And now, I think the trick is wait and see if we've got a little more stuff to watch. I don't know the answer. So I'm going to sit here quietly until I have more information. It's no, I'm in yes. All right, I'm going to sign off, and when they've got another match lined up, I will be back. So thanks, everybody, and it'll probably be fairly soon, but I'm stepping out for now. Well, it looks like the action is underway. Slept through it. Don't know if, I guess our stream will be up soon. I don't see it on over there. But here we go. This is a doubles match between Petco and Matt Reklitis, who I think are at the top of the screen, and Alfred Cohen playing with Paul Polatov, but Paul wasn't feeling well, so isn't here. So Alfred at the bottom of the screen is playing alone. It's opening round of a million player doubles tournament. I think they actually have 64 teams in here. Quite a crowd at the Metro Open. Always very exciting. I'll be up there. I am away. I'm at home in Maryland. This is Kent Goulding for anybody who's missed my beautiful voice the last couple of hours. Opening round of the doubles at the Metro Open in Jersey City, which is sort of just across the body of water from downtown Manhattan. Here we go. It's I sort of like. Well, I like that play, and I sort of like his position better as well. So we'll call it the Petco team on top, Alfred at the bottom, and we'll see what happens. It's sort of fun with Alfred is without having anybody to consult with. It also means often in doubles, try as they might, the sum of the parts is not greater. That the whole is not greater than the sum of the parts. Players can get in each other's way, so it takes a well-coordinated doubles team to actually play better than either one of them does alone. And sometimes it actually goes the other way. And playing alone, as Alfred is here, you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to argue with anybody. You don't have to groan when they want to double and you don't, or take when you don't, or disagree on plays. Presumably Petco and Matt are thinking about should they double here. I mean, they've got 3 checkers semi-pinned back on the ace point. If they can fill in their 5-point or their bar point, or maybe even their 3-point, sort of any slight advanced improvement. I think there's enough wiggle room here, and the Swiss cheese prime. There's enough wiggle room here. This isn't even a sleaze take. I think he should probably have taken that. I could be wrong. I mean, if I make a mistake with the cube, particularly in positions like this, it's taking more than I'm supposed to, because I can see so many ways to win. And back in the old days of playing a lot of money backgammon, you win some bad looking games and you can rattle your opponent. They make a worse take when you redouble to 4 than you did taking on 2. But that's neither here nor there. We're off to a one quick point, and Petco, debating. Do I take 2 down? Do I go down and split? Maybe is Matt's complaining. Actually, I don't know which one. I can't tell one hand from the other. I don't know whether we're watching Petco or Matt actually do the playing. That must be right. Big anchor, nice advantage, but slight racing lead to Alfred. Hits another checker back. Makes his 9-point. That's great. Now we've got combination 3s and 4s plus the sneaky double 5s to hit one of those checkers back. There's a 3 or a 4. Take your pick. I mean, I'd just go for maximum contact and come in with a 4 and poke the front one. It just seems, we're a million pips behind in the race. We want as much contact as we can. I think once your opponent has his 9-point, you don't really want to be lurking on his 3-point. A good saying to remember, general strategy, 9 blocks 3. If your opponent's made your 3-point, you really like to get your 9-point. That's a 9 blocks 3. Just makes for much better, much stronger position. Now they're having a nice discussion. This again, perhaps the two, experienced, very good players are adding to each other's wisdom here, or perhaps Matt's looking to get some pointers from Petco about what's going on. I'd actually have done it the other way. It's funny. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure why they're choosing to do it this way. It seems like they're doing it backwards, but I could be wrong. One, okay. Well, I would have been hit back, but that might not have been a bad thing. And what do? You just leave, play ye old rope-a-dope. Cube sitting in the center on 2. That's confusing. Somebody ought to do something about that. Well, now we got all kinds of hit. We can give up our midpoint, hit 2 checkers. We can give up our mid. Look at that stupid checker back on the 22 point. I'm telling you, it doesn't belong there. That would be the 6-side play. Okay, hit it again. Hitting 2 even when it looks wretched. Oh, do not do that. Alfred's hasn't been under the camera long enough. If you're ever playing on streaming or under the camera, they'll come and break your thumbs if you stack up checkers on the bar, because we the viewers have no idea how many checkers are there. So you'll see experienced players when they have 2 checkers on the bar, they'll go out of their way to separate them. Okay, here we are running back out. Take that point back again. Fine. Petco and company can afford to recirculate. They've got that gorgeous anchor and entry point on the 20 point. By the way, this is if the covering out. I don't like that. The really sneaky play is to get off the 22 point, put it on the 11, and hope they don't notice that both the 5 and the 6 are blocked. Even though the point 11 away is open, you can't go there if you can't play it in, your numbers in order. That just seems better. Get them back out into the middle of the board. We're playing checkers crawling all over the board here so far. And the anchor on the 20 point allows us to kind of try one thing. If it doesn't work, try another. Here too, this is just tempo. And you might want the 3 point. Mainly you want to get your back checkers out and running and try to win the race. He should be hitting it. Oh, there you go, out and running. 1, 2, probably just all the way around with the other one. Leave them the 5s and 6s. If missed, probably got a pretty strong double. 3, where if you can do that, do this. Maybe less of a strong position if you're missed here, by the way. And you're missed. Wow. Yeah, boring play. You can get creative all over the place. You can pop out with a 5 and slot the ace. All kinds of exciting plays. Now he's absolutely right to be thinking about cubing. If you could turn it to 4, better still. But no, it has to go from 2 to 2. When it's in the center, it's on 1, no matter what the number on the stupid cube says. And I think this is a sleaze take. Yeah, you're buried in the race. Nothing terrible can happen immediately to your opponent. Obviously Alfred's threat is just make his 4 point and blow past him. The gammon danger is minimal, but not 0. Holding the 20 point. There's work to do to get all the checkers home. I think you don't have to be winning to take. I think you could squeeze. I think they can squeeze a takeout, but I'm not 100% certain. Again, I'm really optimistic when it comes to positions which still have a lot of play, and this one definitely has a lot of play. Yeah, somebody out there with the time and energy to crank up XG. If I'd realized they were going to take this long from the start, I could have done it myself. It's simple. If this was an old-fashioned chess game, you'd get to the analysis. One player would resign, and the commentary would say, and the rest is just technique. Well, here the technique is to bring that blot safely to the 8 or 9 or midpoint, and then after that, to maybe build your 4-point, maybe build your 7-point, but just slowly hopscotch and slither and slide your checkers home and then win the bear off, big race. That a wager that's very, very close. And it wouldn't surprise me if it was a take. Might even, depend on my mood. Also might depend on my assessment about my opponent. I may be more likely to take, against a Petco, grandmaster type than I would against a player I didn't know well or had never heard of. Against a good player, put as many points up for grabs as possible. Against a weaker player, you do the opposite. All right, run. Once crushing doubles. I guess just fill it in. I mean, there are times that the computer says, no, you're supposed to make some positional play. Of course, here you couldn't make the 20-point. You only have one checker back. And now here he is anchored on the 3, and you don't really, you're a little bit sorry you made you're a little bit sorry. I don't know about, well, I guess the trick there is White's checker on the 4-point is the ye old dilly builder. It's biting on granite because it can't attack on the 3-point. It really wants to be where that checker wanted to be is on his own 5-point, but he couldn't get there. 6-2, that seems absolutely right. Run away, and the Petco team is in danger of taking a nice edge, but misses everything. And so now we're back in scramble mode the other way, where we got to rely on this stupid 3-point game to try to win. No cube for some time yet. Okay, that's his choice is make the 5-point and then leave the gaping hole. This seems, making the 5-point is nice, but if that checker gets hit, you're sort of instantly losing. And here, you're not really winning, but hopefully you'll be able to sort out your checker some. If he can make the 5-point he wants to, if he can make the 8 or 9 he wants to, or, there's the, perfect shot. I mean, you couldn't have called for a better number. Now here comes another, stick it to him, Alfred. Now here comes another sexy cube. Oh, don't touch them all and think about it. Double with confidence. Just snap it over there. Let them know you're confident. You don't need to count this. You're ahead by a ton. Just snap it over there with confidence. It's their problem, not yours. That's it. Do a little fiddling, a little diddling. Your basic 3-point game is, quoting Stick Rice from years ago, the basic 3-point game is almost always almost a take, which means it's almost always not a take. This one's sort of a standard 3-point game. They're counting the race. The race isn't great. They're down a bunch. And, I'm not sure if this counts as anything other than sort of a standard 3-point game, which means it's almost always almost a take. It's very, very close. I'm wondering if 3 checkers on the mid and 2 on the 8 versus the other way around would actually swing it between drop and between pass and take. See, now they've dodged a really bad number. Now they've only got 2 on the midpoint. So, even if they clear 1 and leave a single shot, once that's missed, the 3-point game's starting to turn to mud. It wants to do well by making it hard for your opponent to bear in and maybe have to leave some outfield shots or some indirect shots. Woolsey used to call a lot of the games similar to this. Often they're higher anchors. You're behind in the race and you're stuck on an anchor in your opponent's board, but you can win 3 ways: good, the bad, and the ugly. The good is you hit a direct shot. The bad is you hit a combination shot. And the ugly is you win the race. So this is sort of a GBU position. That's got to go all the way. There's no other way to play it without leaving a shot. So now your ugly chances are gone. Your combination shots are gone. So now it's really, can I hit a direct shot? Look at this. If he'd rolled that double fours before the double sixes, he'd have shifted out to the bar point and played from there. Maybe even gone for the race. But the double sixes erased his race. Erased. There ought to be a good electronic race joke in there somewhere. What is this? Sixes forced and fours leaving a shot. All right, here we go. Here's the good. A 5-shot or a 4-1. Bingo! Oh, on average, he crushed it. But in reality, he missed. Okay, double fives is annoying. What do we got for other? 6-5 is annoying. Double sixes is annoying. There's still some problems here. Oh, look at 5-3. That's a fun one. 5-4. All kinds of fives. You don't see a 5 up here. Stay away from the fives. Ooh, 3-2. That's nice and clean. Okay. Well, it doesn't. Dice on checkers do not count. Got to roll over. Still got to roll over. Annoying. This is the reason they made dice on checkers do count, is it speeds things along here. Well, that's there goes the neighborhood. Smash, crunch, and squash. Rock'em sock'em. All right, now don't roll a 3 or big doubles. Perfect. 6 and 2. Now, roll something like double fives. Wait for 1 or 2 more. Okay, there's 6-3. Yeah, there is 6-5's an immediate shot, so you might as well stick around. You're not getting gammoned yet. 6-1, sort of fun. That makes it easier to stay there. Come home with a guy in the outfield. Oh, this is now you can get a shot, but your board's going to be Swiss cheese. Is it? Can you really win this race? 1, 2, 3, 4. Boy, oh boy. 5, 8, 9, 10, 11. He's got 4 off already. You're darned if you do and darned if you don't. Oh, they're playing for the 4 number 6-2 and 5-2 leave shots. 6-3 does not. Now they'll be tortured by, 4 of the 5 doubles leaves a shot, but they're not going to be. Out they go. Boxes, 2-1 boxes. You could gammon them. Probably technically possible to lose if you roll 2-1 every roll from now on. All right, let's get it over with and move on to the next game. 6, come on in. Oh, look, double fours. Back it up. He sees it. Double, everything works. Wherever that goes. See, that covers double fours. If he brought them all in, then he may have taken a couple of extra 4s in there somewhere. If he brought them all in, then double 4s missed. Now every roll gets a checker off, and he may roll double 6s, and he may keep playing. 4 in, 3 off. There you go. Now 2-1 every turn. Nope. Double 6s every turn. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not too many off. Does he have more than 8 checkers? Easily more than. Oh, but it could be 2-1 or 2 1s in a row. Okay, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That's it. All right, somebody got 2 points, which this is not just psychological. You should be focused playing these matches. If either, how many points there are to go isn't just an old Paul McGrill trick to show he's really clever, which he was, and he was right to think about it this way. I mean, he used to even actually in the old days keep score, not by how many points he had scored, but just how many points he had to go, which didn't really matter what the match length was. If you knew it was, 4 to go, 6 to go, that's it. That's the score. It's not 3-1. 3-1 in isolation is irrelevant. But my point here, as they get the game going, is that if either you or your opponent are, in danger of in striking distance of winning the match, and 4 away is ideal, then you got to be very, very careful. If you're 4 away, look for ways to get that gammon and win the game. If you've got one-way gammons, you got a position where you might win a gammon and your opponent might not, or is very unlikely to, then you may be playing, even though you're leading in the match, playing for gammons. Try to win the match. Don't just sit on your lead. And with any even number to go, in this case 6 to go for the Petco team, they kind of like action also. So this, I'd say it's, if we get to a position which doesn't involve everybody having anchors, if we get to a priming position, not a racing position, blitzing position, there he is stacking those checkers again, then you may see the cube get turned by either side. Both of them want to play a gammonish position when the gammon's going their way. Or oh, look at this. Well, just that's a second man up. Yeah. You got to just build points at this point. I mean, cover the ace and hit loose. This will be easy. Now they can. Well, I don't think they're. Well, they might be too good. That's what they're talking about. This is not a take. So they might be too good. One more builder in range, and I'd say they were definitely too good. The point that they've slotted is their ace point. So if they make that, and their opponents somehow manage to get both checkers in and anchored, that's trouble. All right, they're giving it one more roll. I might have stuck it to them. The trick some of these positions is you go from double, wondering if you had a double to from not good enough to too good right away. They may have thought they were too good already, but I don't think so. I think they were being a little cautious, and with good reason. Yeah, I don't know. It might have been right to actually take 2 down, as peculiar as that may sound. But here we go. 5-3 does very little. No checker goes where you want it to. I mean, sort of the 3 comes into your 6 point, but then you don't have a 5. You can just run all the way with the 5-3, take advantage of your bigger board. There's some 2 and 4 duplication stuff going on here. And you can't win by sitting back. You've made your ace and deuce point. You got half your army buried behind your opponent. I like the other. But this takes advantage of the totally messed up nature of White's position, but it just that many more pips you got to go to clean up yours. Also, those so-called blots on your 7 and 9 point, they're points you have half made, and the one on the 9 is sort of protecting the one on the 7. Your opponent against your 4-point board is not going to be eager to leave his anchor. I mean, there are multiple reasonable plays. Good to have a partner here. I mean, I play a lot with Michael Senkowitz, and I'll get to a position like this, and I'll say, "Okay, Mikey, you're the expert. Tell me what to do." Then that way, it's his fault if we get it wrong. That whether he knows what the right play is or not, I'll just put it on his shoulders and duck it. I would do this. I like that play for the assorted reasons I blathered about. Okay, here we are, and this is one of the reasons this play is safer than it looks. Okay, what do you do with the other number once you hit? You can't really stack them on the 3-point. I mean, I guess you could. All right, we don't have a W. We need an 8. Wrong 8. Ace deuce. Yeah. You don't really just want to button up, because that kind of allows your opponent to free hand. Maybe this is right, but it just feels wrong. They just pointed over there. Maybe making the 23-point was the right play, and not worrying about those 2 blots, because this is it just goes from bad to worse. I mean, you want to double this just because their position's so ugly, but it's not so easy to win. All right, now we're back out here again. 6-5. Oh no, it's the wrong. It's thrown away. That would have been a fun one. 6. Look at this. There's just nowhere to put your checkers. This is. You've got the anchor. I'm not sure where or when I'd have done something different, but this just gets uglier and uglier. Uglier and uglier. I mean, this may be the right play. What a mess. And it's hard to, I mean, you might chase him out just on ugliness and on the fact that, he has clock. You might chase, they're thinking about doubling here. You might chase him out just on ugliness. Even if this is not a double and is a monster take, you may get a pass. Looking at the race, I would check the race, but the race actually looks close-ish. Gray's ahead. I mean, if you just take the two outfield checkers that are on the 24, the 16 point, and stick them both on the 20 point, and then the positions aren't that far apart. Gray's just a little bit further ahead. All right, good. They're ahead in the race. They have a threat. The threat is just to roll an ace, and they did not roll an ace, and now they've got to show how they're going to win this. And it will always be sort of fielder's choice for Alfred. He doesn't have to hit if he hits. I mean, here he may hit 5-1. It can point on him. It can hit in the outfield and cover the 2. That may not be a bad strategy. He just, if he saw the hit in the outfield, he didn't show us. That was well worth looking at. This is sort of passively trying not to lose, whereas hitting the outfield and making the 2 was trying to win. All right, now what are you going to do? Attack it again? Can't. And you just bury more checkers and try to win the race. And yeah, I think you want as much contact here as possible. And now Alfred's got to cover the 2 and hit. Well, he can't do either. Well, he can hit, but he can't cover the 2. Boy, he's going purely for the race, and it's not clear who's ahead. Look at that. He's primed. Nothing moves. Okay, well, we're getting ready for a mess. A big doubles or something. Has that been played? I had to look at 6-2. All right. Well, it's everybody's. I don't know what's happening. It's what's the race? Are we ahead in the race? Are we behind in the race? And if we don't play this 6-2, what do we play? We break the midpoint. We get off of the 7 point and start burying our own checkers. And you got no good 2 to play. And whatever the pip count is, it's a little bit deceptive because White has wasted he's got a lot of wasted pips. And the problem with the gray team is they don't want to make their position worse. And kind of any 2 they play at this point makes their position worse. I mean, you get 2 pips out of it, but nice mess. They obviously know what the race is. We could stop and count. It looks like they're up a bunch. Down 7 there. And they get back 24, 25, 26. So they're up 19. Minus 11 is up 8. Even. It's up a handful. I'm running. No, didn't do it. All right. Where's he going? 1, 2, 3, 4. Come all the way out. Come down to the bar point. I think you want to be monkeying around in the outfield. That's my. I think his first impression is probably right. Just try to now. Ray wants to link. Petco wants to link those two checkers. I can't see the glares all over him. My eyes are too weak. 6-4, is that what it was? Must have been. Now, do you hit or don't you hit? If you roll a 5, you hit. That was easy. Remember what I was talking? Ooh. No. We kind of need a 4 badly. Otherwise, we got some problems with the cube. There you go. Don't even think about it. Whip it over. I don't know if they can take this. If they take, it's for the match. They've got to take and redouble, but it's no good. All right, lots of fun. 2 away. Petco and Matter they've walked into the grinder. They need to win a gamma here, at least win 2 points. Winning 1 point's you take it, but it's a little silly. I want more. Look at this. Go. I like it. There's a 1960s style play. Run when you can run. You know, players used to play this. This was a reasonable choice. With 6'3", a lot of players would run all the time back in the early to mid 70s. Experts stopped doing it because they wanted more contact and ways to confuse their opponent. If you feel you're up against a much stronger opponent, also you're way ahead in the race. You want to way ahead in the score. You want, simple is as simple does. Get into a race and try to win. There's no gammons. The cube doesn't get turned all that often until the race is well underway. You just chug along. Now they got all their checkers out. You can also, White should be alert to the possibilities of winning a gammon, because winning a gammon without turning the cube doesn't matter. You just won the match. And they're looking for max contact. They can't sit back and just let White crawl home. All right, well, White's crawling home. Yeah, I guess it's right. You hate stacking them up like that, but definitely, clearly, that's just a few pips. It's such a stronger position with your 5 point in the bar slotted than that ugly other position. I like that. Okay, just, well, I didn't have any choices. You'd have to do something. So make the 9 point. Good, very good point to have here. 4-1. Okay. Yeah, I think if you're way behind in the race, you don't do this. And are you way behind in the race? Yeah, down 4 pips there, 5 pips there. Yeah, you're behind a fair amount. Maybe not so much that you should stay split. The closer the race is, the more you want to step up. The weaker the race is, the more you want to stay back. I mean, you got a real strong board, and they don't have their builders all mean abandoning a point. Now they got to abandon a lot of points, but that checker's under much more pressure. See if he has a choice to anchor or not. Good, no choice. So now you just go ahead and build your prime, extend your prime, or roll your prime in. Blockade in. Now ace with a 3-4-5. There we go. Now 4-4 and 2-6 are kind of almost required, but Fred's not going to be, or whatever his name is not going to be cubing. At this point, you play for an undoubled gammon. Part of the threat of doubling here is the fact that you might gammon your opponent. But if the gammon doesn't count, once the cube's on 2, the gammon doesn't mean anything. So don't do it. Wait, just keep playing. That looks flexible. Now I think we have to anchor if we can. All right, he can run to save the gammon. Clear the point. So that's in range. 3-6 will smite him. It's not a 3-6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you might as well. Yeah, somehow they look better separate, but you might as well move forward and you know, sort of salvage what you can in gammon saving mode. Chooses not to leave the 3-5. Probably reasonable. And yeah, yes, it's 1 pip, but just in case you get a lucky shot, develop your checkers for 1 pip. Right now, the gammon's still here, but it's pretty low. It's going to be hard to close the board. There's already a checker past the point you need. So you're working with short material. Leave them just double 4. And now roll double 4. Show them it's in there. It's in there somewhere. Not it. You want to get the free gammon, you got to, which is what he's doing. You want to get the free gammon, you got to close the 4 point. That 1 extra checker out there on the 11 point does, you know, bring the gammon chances from tiny to almost measurable. All right, he's going for safety more than gammon at this point. I don't know at you know, I don't know at what point, even leading 5-1, he's supposed to double. This might be it right here. The gammon's gone. The only way you win a gammon is like double 2s or double. I think this is the rare double pass when you're leading 5-1. All right, Crawford 6 to go. What's that mean? The match isn't over. The Petco gray team is in trouble. But what's the first thing we like? Gammons. Do gammons work for us, or don't they? And it's Crawford, so you can't turn the cube. And the answer is yes. A gammon is valuable. You know, you're 6 points away. After this game, the cube's going to be on 2 every time. So you're 6 points away. If you win 1 point, you're 5 points away, which means you need 3 2s to do that. But if you win a gammon here, you're only 4 points away, which means you need 2 2s to do that, or 1 gammon. So well on his way to getting a gammon, which significantly increases his chances. Oops, 2 checkers in, 9s and 11s and some small doubles for nifty shifties. And that is neither a 9 nor an 11. 5's virtually forced. 2 coming in makes sense. He'd like to split, but maybe a little too much action. Want to link those up, or 2, or there it is. Don't even think about it. That seems reasonable. No sense in getting too frisky. Now we got to motivate the back checkers. Interesting. Boy, there's lots of, well, that gets them closest to home and sets up for a variety of doubles to get out of there. But they may have to go. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of, I mean, you can look at some weird plays, like make the 10 point and major split, come out, just put a blot on the 8-10. This is the most obvious and normal looking, and is probably correct. Now we need a doubles or hop out and run. If they can, he rolls an 8 or 11 and he's out of there. 5-1, he may be out of there anyway. Shuffle the 1, get to the, look, I'm duplicating 4s. Look at me, mommy. 4s duplicated all around. 4s to hit, 4s to point, 4s to 4. 3-1, doesn't bother to hit. Don't blame him. Now we got to safety up some of these bozos. 5 up. Well, is it going to be better next turn? You want to dump that checker to the 2-point. You can use your flexibility by actually breaking the midpoint. You can pull in your tail from behind you and play 16 to 13. That one is the one that probably cleans up the easiest. Let's see if that's 12s, which are blocked, and 4s. And that's just, okay, I'll wait till next turn. Maybe I'll roll a double. I might, particularly with wanting gammons, I might go for the action. Try to, yeah, I think that's, the action. It doesn't matter if you get gammon, and if you get hit. If you want to win a gammon, getting hit may be the best way to start. I mean, this is sort of the sane play, but what's your opponent going to do? Your opponent's going to slot something or make something, make it a little more dangerous to go. This is, the knee-jerk reaction is just to play safe, but it's pay me now or pay me later sort of thing. All right, they decided to just pay later. See what happens. And there we are getting our board ready. That was a nice roll. Now here's the payment. Is that double 5s? Excuse me, nice play. (6-3) builds a point. Now we gotta start clearing these points. Oh, nothing to it. This is easy. Racing gammon possible? I don't think so. Still some small chance of leaving a shot, but it looks like the Petco team is well on their way to being 5 away, 1 away. So they've survived the, oops, that's annoying. Now things can get really ugly. Yeah, those are pretty much forced, and these, knee-jerk reaction is to make the 2. I don't think you want to take the. Oh, that's an interesting play. I think you do this, and probably that. Now you're subject to the ugly double 4, 6-4 shot to leave the mess. You want to basically keep 4s off of your dice here. 3-1. Ugh. All right, we got a gap. Nice to make a point. Yeah, don't want the ace point particularly. 4. There's a 6-1. That's 13 numbers. A 3 or a 2-1, but not double 1s. 3? No. All right, we're in the last stream match of the evening is underway here. We could be seeing the end of it very soon. Any chances? 6-3, 2 off. Now we got 6-5, 4, 6-1, 5-1, and 4-1. Whoa, whoa, whoa. To leave a shot, build a point. Freaky gammons here. 6-3. Roll a bunch of pips. Don't let any funny gammons grab you. 3, 6, 9, 10. Is it 12 checkers or 11? I can't tell. It sort of looks like there's 2 on his ace point. We'll find out. No, this one. All right, no gammon. Moving along. Right, 5 double 6s in a row. We'll do it. Only 4 double 6s in a row. Here's the next one. Ooh, so close. 3, 6, 9, 10 checkers left. He's going to need 3 rolls to do it. He could get it. Get at least 2 off. All right. Oh, there was a ace, ace. Hey, I think he still could have done it. Needed 2 aces in a row and boxes followed by a big doubles. Unless I miscounted, there might have been some stack checkers. All right, 6-2. Now we've got, the free drop considerations. It's not a literal free drop. It may depend on certain obscure things, but for all intents and purposes, we're looking at a free drop. Yeah, you want? Really? Might be right to hit. I mean, this nice positional play. It's all well and good. We're still playing. There is no free drop, so we're still playing funny games here, rather than doubling on the opening roll, waiting to double when there might a mistake might be made. I get confused by whether I'm tricking my opponent or tricking myself when I play on here. They're having some discussion or some contemplation about could they really ruin this? Okay. Yeah, this is the gammon big date? No. This is trying to trick him. Yeah, okay, good. Well, they gave it a shot. Now, bring the game home, preferably get a gammon to make it double match point. Good slot, man. You can build it all naturally. Yeah, these builders are covering the board, they're covering the outfields, and you don't have all that many coverers. So I think the super fancy slotting play is just wrong, even though we root for such plays. Okay, trying to stay as flexible as possible, looking a little peculiar, but maybe right. Might have been right to come down with a 4 and just dump to the ace. It's a little bit of nothing. 2-1. Again, I don't think you want to do any. I don't think you want to do any slotting. That's well. There is the blot back there. They're aiming at the blot, so they're trying to sneak a more likely gammon out of this somehow. Well, this is the way to do it. Maybe this may be a poison pill they just presented. Well, okay, if you're doing the poison pill, well, you do it again. Kick their legs out from under them, hit the blot later, build the 4-point first. This is good stuff. Or just send all. If they anchor, your gammon kind of goes out the window. It's not silly to hit here. I like it. They're probably having a little discussion. You know, Petco's saying, "Look, if we know they're rolling a 4, do we want to hit or not hit? You might, even knowing they're rolling a 4, you might want to have hit them off the 21 point. Ooh, dance now. 2, 4, 6, 9. Where is that? That's not in the list. Well, yeah, kick them in the rear, so to speak, and bring the 3 down. Oh, you could go to the 7 point. Yeah, it's more coverers, but 1 less checker. I don't know. I'm kind of, the 10 point has some. Yeah, we're rethinking the whole thing. Yeah, the 10 has some value if they come in and anchor. Holding the 10 points is sort of a nice point to have. And this gives you 3 checkers pounding on if they don't anchor. Ace deuce, everybody in. All right, well, we're going to hit them off the 4 if we can. Is that double 2s? Oh, interesting. They could do the nifty shifty. Nifty shifty and strip the midpoint. Oh, no nifty shifty. Come on. Oh, I didn't even see that play. I like that. Yeah, that's it. I was too busy trying to get rid of my 6 point. That's got to be right. Put 2 up. Deprive them of that anchor. Okay, 8s and 11s. And at some point, we're going to have to get our... Oh, look, they can make the 8 point. I don't know if they want that. you get that one out. I think that's this annoying 9-point, you know, the 6-8-9 blockade when you got 4 men behind it. That's a little bit of a nuisance. I think you just get one checker out into that wide open outfield. If they want to get in and hit something they didn't, we got 8s and 11s to cover the 2. That's an 8. You certainly want that now. Now they want to come in with a 4 and shift up and make the 21 point. Ace 3, get up there. You don't want to hit that thing. That's it. You want that. They don't want you to have that, so they'll hit you with a 6. Cannot. 5 and stack. Sort of annoying. You beware, double 5s and double 4s play. Step up with a 3. 6-3, interesting choice. Probably right to go all the way. All the way to make the 18 point. Yeah, that looks like it's putting the immediate pressure. Plus, you're in a little bit. If you play that 3, what 6 do you play? You have no 6, no good 6. And I think look, Brown's going to be coming off your 21 point. I think you do this with the idea of pulling the 3rd one back out as well, unless you can make a point somewhere. Clock is somehow not ticking. If they've been playing forever with no clock, I could have gone to bed an hour ago. All right, here we go. Get out, leap the little baby blockade, and that does not quite leap the baby blockade, and they don't have a safe way to play it. So they come into the 5 point. They get super sexy and come out with a 3 and split to the 8. Yeah, you just pointed to it. That must be Petco. Bingo. There you go. That's the fun play. Remember, you win gammons count for you, but not your opponent. So get the wrestling going. Oops. Well, we don't really want to leave the anchor, but if we don't leave the anchor, we bring 2 down and make the ace, or just make the 3 point from the midpoint. That might be the right play. Well, he didn't look at one strong candidate. Now they've got to. Yeah, I don't think that checker there is doing anybody any good. So that seems like a natural place to put it. And it blocks 6-3 and double 3s, which is nice. Ha! Speak of the devil. Yeah, I ain't going to go back and get an XG analysis of that double 5. So the position would be very, very different if they had tried. If they'd hung on to the 18 point, then they could use the 6 to come out there. And it's a whole different game. But that's water under the dam, over the dam. Is that 6-6? 6 what? Can't be 6-6. They'd have built a prime by now. So it must be 6 something else. No, it's 6-6. Oh, they're going fishing. Fishing or blitzing to get the gamma either way. I like that. Forget the prime. They could have built a prime. They didn't even show it. I assume he saw it. It's the first thing I saw. But they didn't want the prime. They want to attack him. Oops. Well, so much for that plan. Now with the forced nifty shifty. Now get them in one at a time and win easily. You don't want to do that. You really want to do that? That seems. Oh, well, I guess they're still fishing. There's still those 2 blots in the home board over there. Can we get out? Well, if you fished last time, you might as well fish this time. Four, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. He's only got 1 up there. Is that right? Yeah, the other one's frozen. Finally given up on the fishing expedition. Now 3s, 4s, and 5s to get that stuck checker out of there. They're 4-6. Now 6-2 or 6-3 to hit. This gammon is looming large. Ugh, can't get them both safe. 5 and spread them out. Get ready for the bear off. 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 crossovers needed by White here. He's a pretty big favorite to be gammoned. And it's a tie, and it's all of a sudden a tie match. Bummer. Where did it escape? Where did it get away? Maybe those silly double fives is a key point this game. All right, they've got a look at that. Got four crossovers out of it. It could be done. Oops, getting very hard to be done. That's not enough crossovers. All right, this looks like DMP, double match point. Whoever wins the game wins the match. No gammons. Gammons don't count. Gammons don't matter. Gammons mean nothing. Backgammons mean nothing. DMP play is not the same as normal play all the time. It's not always the same as normal play. You play to win. You don't care if you get gammon. There's lots of times a play which gives you your best chance to win, maybe a very small chance, but your best chance, but also subjects you to all kinds of gammons. That doesn't matter here. You want to make the play that gives you the best chance to win. And we're off to a real good start, just to race and run. Alfred can just run home, make a point, run home. Yeah. No trick plays yet. I mean, if he makes a trick play, it's going to be to poke him off the ace point, try to force him forward out of your hair. And meanwhile, Petco and Matt just build up their board. I think the race is bad, so you want to leave the back checker split. I mean, this is where Alfred's hoping they make the 20 point. And then he can just take advantage of his racing lead and dump checkers behind them. And that does nothing. So maybe you just dump and don't hit. Now a 2, and the game swings heavily the other way. 5-4, no. More points. Now we get, at least we have a little more teeth if we find some hit and cover sort of thing. Yeah, we got no 4. 4 down, maybe. Well, that's, see, this, yeah, it's a few fewer shots, but it doesn't work so well when it's missed. You know, was it worth leaving, 3 extra shots or whatever that was? I'm not sure. Although I might have done it. 4-1, 5 in a row, excellent. Now there's some awkward enter numbers. 3-4 among them. Hit. Now a deuce to seal things up, or in with a 3 to hit. You don't want to do nothing. That's nothing. Ugh. 6. Double 4s. Wow. Wow, we got our own. Oh, spread them out. See, Petco knows. We got our own blockade going. We can win the priming battle. We can win the blitzing battle. The fact that we've got one checker behind a 5 prime means nothing. I laugh at that 5 prime. Maybe laugh a little less. Time to get at least one in, preferably with a 2. Doesn't count. Roll again. Reprieve. 2. Ooh, 1 in. Okay, awkward. We got aces to hit in the outfield, aces to cover, 6s to leap, 6s to... Ooh, do you buy time here? I mean, best way to win is the best way to get gammoned, and the gammons don't matter. No, you don't want to do that. I think the choice is cover and hit. I think that is the answer to the choice. Need a 4. Doesn't end it, but it almost wins. 4 is a big deal. No. All right, 6, 4 to cover. 6 and a 4. Huge edge now to Alfred. Everything's gone wrong. Everything's gone backwards. He scoops up the 3rd one. Yeah, I guess. 2, 3, what difference does it make? Where was that checker? Did he? All right, we're just all excited. It's just about Ooh, need to anchor. We can anchor. We'll get a shot 90% of the time. Maybe 90+% of the time. I forget that. I mean, in the old days, they said 90% of the time. The computer's probably proven that it's actually 91.3 or something. Oops. We're not going to anchor now. Now, bear in carefully and then don't get any awkward numbers. Well, that leaves a shot. I'm not sure there was a way to save to not leave a shot, but he didn't do it. He's very excited. He's about to win. Now you want a big and a 2. Oops, that sets up, you need an ace or a deuce to not leave a shot. Don't get in, guys. Wait around for the prize. That was a 6-something. What did they roll? Oh, boxes. They rolled boxes. Oh. Well, that's the end of that. Thank everybody for watching. Exciting match. Lots more backgammon over the weekend. I have no idea if I'll be involved commentating. I'll be playing on some of the event on Sunday, Monday. But I'm off-site now. Couldn't get there. And tune in again tomorrow for lots of good action, tons of good action, multiple events, many very, very good players. Thanks to the streamers, thanks to the players, and thanks for all you for watching or listening. Good night.